Welcome, thanks for joining me, astrologer Patrick Arundell, for your in-depth astrology overview for June 2024. Shortly, I'm going to share with you the event chart that we can all collectively relate to at the start of the month, which provides a backdrop for the whole of June. But I'm going to go through all the key influences as they unfold through the month. I have to be honest with you, it's an incredibly powerful month and one which I'm really excited to share with you. But please stay with me. I then will go through each of the 12 zodiac signs and explore in detail how things will play out from Aries through to Pisces, which you can relate to in terms of your ascendant, sun or the moon. If you're new to my channel, it's great to have your company. This is very much a community. If you have any thoughts, please share them. People do join in. If you're a returning visitor, all your views and interactions are truly appreciated. As I've been sharing, around about 45% of people who view my videos are not subscribers. If you're one of them, please help my channel to grow and click that sub button, but also the bell notification symbol. Every time I drop a video, you'll get an alert. And I'd just like to tell you about my free daily written horoscopes. You can subscribe and get this fired to your device each morning, but also I provide the overarching astrology for each day that we can all relate to, whilst you can enjoy your zodiac forecast as well. Please see the link beneath this video, or you can go to www.patrickarundell.com/subscribe. I'm a consulting astrologer. If you'd like to have a one-to-one with me, please check out my testimonials. I don't alter these as they come in, I just share them as is, and you can read how people have experienced working with me. Again, please see the link below. Also, if your awareness to astrology is growing, take advantage of my very special package. You can get your Life Roadmap report, which will give you searing insights into the patterns that have played out in your life so far, but also help you to understand in a more intimate way how to work with these energies future forwards. In that package of 30% off, you can also get your 12 months transits, the moving planets in the sky interacting with your quite unique celestial blueprint. Now, if you know your tropical natal astrology well, what about your draconic astrology? This is something that I have a real passion for. An example, Madonna, her sun in natal is in Leo. In draconic, it's in Aquarius, and it can change for a lot of us. What draconic is our soul or karmic chart. It tells us what we arrived at this planet with, how we can work with that energy, and through this life, provide the outcomes in a satisfactory way. Again, 30% off. Please see the link below. So on the screen now, I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the month. Now you can see that we do have all the planets going across 5 zodiac signs, and it starts with Pluto. Up there in Aquarius, it's in retrograde, and that's going to be rewinding back into the sign of Capricorn from the 1st of June in terms of universal time. But you can also see that we've got the moon and Neptune very close together in Pisces. Now this is a very magical link if we use it well. It's great for some escapism. So at some point during June, if you do feel that you want to get into nature, enjoy water, perhaps film or photography, that's a very inspiring combination. But just like the moon card in tarot, it can also lead to a degree of confusion. So it's important to understand that at times this month, we can feel very sensitive. Now, that can be a gift, but obviously if we're soaking up all the energy around us, it can get a little bit difficult to protect ourselves. So important to be aware of the energetic exchange you have with others this month, and also be conscious of how the subconscious can be very important. So the chances are many of us are going to have very vivid dreams throughout this month. But you can also see that Chiron, the wounded healer, the comet, which is a very important influence in astrology, is very close to Mars. And the interesting thing is that Chiron in Aries is next to its ruler. But Chiron's very much to do with vulnerability, but also where we will shine. It's very much also in the sign of Aries to do with our identity. So having the muscular vibe of Mars right next to it suggests if we try too hard this month in order to be protective around the things we feel vulnerable about, it's perhaps not necessarily going to be for the best. Now, the third pairing that we've got is between Uranus and Mercury. Now, Uranus, of course, has been in the sign of Taurus full time since March 2019. Having Mercury there is interesting. This is really pushing us to think outside the box. Now, if we've resisted some of the provocations that Uranus has been pushing our way over the last few years, this combination is saying, look, if we can try to flex, because the sign of Taurus is a fixed sign and therefore can be resistant to change. So we're living in a fast changing universe. So if we are open to looking at things in a fresh way, particularly around our values or resources, that's going to be a smart thing to do. Now, the third pairing is perhaps the most influential because it's between Venus and the Sun. And you can see that the degree is just 1 degree between being exact. Now, traditional astrologers would say that they were in combust, and therefore the Sun dominates the vibe of Venus and diminishes its power. Now, modern astrologers, I feel, give close alliances like this much greater credence in a positive way. And the fact is that over the first 2 weeks of this month, the Sun and Venus are very close together within 3 degrees. So it's an influence that we need to be very, very proactive with. And essentially the host, Gemini, is about the exchange of quick ideas. Venus can be very charming, of course, so our persuasion, our use of language can be very potent this month. And if we use it well, then that can be for the good, particularly in a social context. But it's also important to understand that Venus's rulership of Libra can be a little bit superficial, and because of the mutability of the sign of Gemini, if we're not sure about certain situations, it's probably better to give an honest opinion rather than try to bluff someone by laying on the charm a little bit too quickly. So those are the 4 major conjunctions at the start of this month, but there is another planetary alliance at the start of June that's probably even more important. If we see Pluto up there in the 11th house in that retrograde and look at its degree, it's at 1 degree and 54 minutes. But Jupiter, the planet of growth, is at 1 degree and 24 minutes. So they're only 30 minutes away from being in an exact trine. That's going to happen on the 3rd of this month, but it's the first time it will have happened for over 220 years. But let's think about the bigger picture here. They're both in air signs, which is about communication, but it's also about ideas. But Pluto can be about revelations. Just because it's retrograde doesn't mute its power, it just changes its power. And in some ways, the retrograde could unroot any injustices or unfairnesses, because the sign of Aquarius is very much about higher ideals. And Jupiter can also be about faith, but it can, in its own way, for its rulership of Sagittarius, be about justice. Now, of course, Jupiter in Gemini is detrimented, so not its strongest location, but it is going to be here through to the 9th of June 2025. And Jupiter is very much about good fortune. And of course, Venus is as well. So we've got the 2 planets of fortune in traditional astrology, the greater benefit and the lesser benefit, within about 9 degrees of each other in the same sign, very much to do with fluidity, fast communications. And therefore, communication throughout June is going to be a very important theme. And I think that we have to be especially aware, because of Venus being so close to the Sun and also the confusion that the moon and Neptune can create, particularly in terms of our subconscious, that we use language wisely. So we each have a responsibility. You know, we can all utter things on different social media platforms, and if we are saying something that can have an impact on others, choosing our language thoughtfully is a smart thing to do. But of course, we live in a world where people are trying to propagate their ideas, not necessarily the facts. So I have mentioned this recently about the post-truth age we live in, and it's all a battle of dogmas, really. But this can be a sensational influence. It certainly can be a reset in lots of ways about how we think about things and how we interact. And it's very, very important, where possible, that we do quarry out facts. And that's where Pluto can help us. So if we're having conversations, we're not basing them so much just on our instinctual opinions. We can actually quote hard and fast facts. And that is something we can do as we come into this month. But an airy feel with that Gemini alliance, that cluster, but there's still some disruption, but opportunities around money. There is the chance to reset our identities through that Aries energy of Chiron and Mars if we don't try too hard. And also the Moon and Neptune's great for some escapism, but also be conscious that the subconscious part of life and our fears and anxieties and the psychological realm are going to clash at times with communications, as I will shortly describe. So that takes us to the 3rd of the month, and what a day it is, because Mercury alights in the sign of Gemini, which of course it rules. Now Mercury went through that long extended 9.5 week period in the sign of Aries when it went through the retrograde and the pre and post retrograde shadows, and that caused a degree of frustration because some of the things we were trying to instigate may not have got rooted. That may have got easier through its journey through the sign of Taurus. But moving into Gemini, it's supplementing straight away that stunning trio of Jupiter, Venus and the Sun. And sure enough, on the 3rd, we have Mercury in an exact alliance with Jupiter. And remember, with Jupiter angling back to Pluto on that day, if you are interested in media, any kind of communications, you're interested in technology, if you're talking to someone about a prospective job, or you've got an app that you're enthused about, or you write your own blog, or you have your own website, something really dynamic in an incredibly exciting way can take shape then. And it could be about a deal, because Jupiter is the planet of trade and Mercury is the planet of marketing in their own way. And Jupiter can also be about overseas business as well. Not so much in Gemini, it could be argued, but technology is the root of much of the way we interact these days. Something quite scintillating is possible early in the month. I mentioned that the first 2 weeks of this month have a great link between the Sun and Venus, and that crests with the new moon on the 6th. But Jupiter and its link to Pluto is not exclusively just nailed down to the 3rd. Within 3 degrees, they're actually collaborating right through the first 11 days. So what a start to the month. If you are someone who's got a message that's important, you know, that book that we've all got inside of us, if you've often thought you'd really like to write it, or you've done it and you want to find a publisher, or you want to self-publish, or you want to appear on your local radio station or even nationally, this is your opportunity to really raise your profile in a very powerful way. But of course, the sign of Gemini can be very sociable. It's about mixing and mingling. It's about our connection with people on an everyday basis, whether it's our neighbours, whether it's our immediate family. The 3rd house is often linked to siblings, but these days with extended families, and we have very much more complex family units, and it's the people that are really part of us at a soul level that's so important. And there could be some good news and happy gatherings, and if you are someone who's a particularly sociable person, things will really be lively at the start of this month, which brings us to that glorious new moon in the sign of Gemini on the 6th. Now, new moons is a time when the sun and the moon are unified. They come together. We actually don't see them for the most part. It's the dark moon. But the potency of the sun in Gemini is about really believing in what we want to say. But it's also being confident enough to exchange ideas quickly. Now, the moon in Gemini is not quite so strong, to be honest, because the quick exchanges can in some ways deflect from the feeling side of our beings. So we need to be sure, particularly with Venus very close to the sun and the moon, that we do express ourselves with sincerity. But I feel that, this is a lovely combination. We've had some bruising lunations in recent years. It's nice to have one that can be, lighter, more generously spirited. And, if we can do something to help someone who's immediately around us, that's a good cause. Take part in a community activity, volunteer, or as I say, just get together and have a jolly good time. It's going to be a great platform over the following month. But on the 9th, the thrust of Mars leaves Aries, its home sign, and moves into the earthy Taurus. If we do feel that we're not getting the rewards that we really deserve, our determination to do something about it is really going to step up over the rest of this month and for the following 6 weeks. But also, if we are someone who wants to be conscious of our diet, well, the sign of Taurus is very much about enjoying the good things in life, the consumption of lovely food. So Mars can give us a more voracious appetite, and also it can give us that determination to better our lot. But if you are someone who's got a business, or you want to do better with your day-to-day finances, a lot more thrust comes from Mars at that point. But what does Mars do as it moves into Taurus? Well, it squares up to the mighty Pluto in Aquarius. And in fact, week 2 of this month is dominated by that right angle. Let's think about it. Mars is about our desire as an individual. Pluto in Aquarius is very much about how we're all connected, but it can be about our long-term future, but also higher ideals. If we encounter someone who has very different values to us, when these two get together in a square, that can create conflict. It can also create a lot of impatience. Part of the reason for that is that Mars really lusts after, literally in Taurus, instant gratification. Now, when the war started, or the latest phase of the war in Palestine, it was when Mars and Pluto were in a square. If you recall, at that time, Mars was in Libra, where it's in its fall, and it clashed with Pluto at that time in Capricorn. So we know that this can be quite an explosive right angle. But what we can do is also be conscious that if we are trying to improve our lot financially, that we don't go against the moral code, the prevailing moral code. We've seen so much about corruption through public figures, governments, and so on. And, it does become very tiresome. It's poisoning us all psychologically. So if you're someone who likes to do things the right way and be decent with people, it's just throttling back a little bit with Mars. It's not being so grabby that we're not considering the impact it will have on our fellow person. So if there is a get-rich scheme, everybody seems to be talking about side hustles these days. And they've always been there, haven't they? These pyramid selling schemes and all these type of things, which seem to glow up for a while. Everyone seems to get very enthusiastic, and then the reality starts to shake out. So important to stay in touch with what we feel is right for us, and we don't go against our own personal moral codes. But if there are friends that you've had that in the past you got on really well with, and you're sensing that there's a drift in terms of what works for you and how they are, that can become more pronounced at that time, to be perfectly honest. Also, from the 5th to the 12th, the Sun and Venus square up with Saturn. Now, I did flag this earlier on, that the combination between the Moon and Neptune in Pisces, where Saturn is, means that the psychological dimension needs to be something we're conscious of this month, because we can talk and chat and interact and have quick exchanges of text messages and emails and be quite flirty, very Gemini. But what does it really mean? Because the sign of culmination, Pisces, is very much about feeling. It's a water sign. And Saturn has been giving us some pretty harsh lessons since March the 7th last year, that we need to be mindful of how things feel and take our personal welfare in terms of our psychology and our beliefs, take those things seriously. So we've got Saturn is just letting the more frivolous energy in Gemini know that however much we chat, it has to be a chat with purpose. So stay in touch with how we feel. And if you recall that new moon with Venus in the mix and the moon in Gemini not being at its strongest, important that the way we express ourselves doesn't drift too much away from what's reasonable. So the clash between the Sun and Venus in the square with Saturn in week 2 could shake out, again, a bit like that Mars square with Pluto, could shake out some people in our worlds who may, for all extents and apparent purposes, be people we can get on well with, but actually at some level we're not really sharing a meaningful connection. So if there is somebody around you that you can't trust, it could be a neighbour, it could be who's inclined to gossip, or it could be somebody who just seems to get in touch because they're trying to probe what's going on with you, keep your guard up a little bit. So just be aware that as much as we can have all this delightful energy in Gemini, it is important to understand the bigger picture and the deeper picture of what's going on. However, despite that, from the 14th to the 16th, Mercury and Venus come into a beautiful alliance. And again, this month has so much potential in terms of the expression of ideas if we craft it right. Do you remember that old saying, say what you mean and mean what you say? That really comes to mind for me. But certainly, Mercury is the ruler of the sign of Gemini, and together with the charm of Venus, if you are someone who needs to present your ideas at a meeting or through an email, or really engage with someone you fancy, then the chances are I can do so with great dexterity and no little humour, and certainly quite a lot of charm. But then on the 17th, we start to see a big shift in this month's proceedings, because Venus and Mercury jointly glide into the sign of Cancer. Now, Venus can be very lovely in Cancer, whereas Mercury is not at its best, because Mercury really thrives best where it can be logical or very practical. Logical through the sign of Gemini, practical for its rulership of Virgo. So in Cancer, which of course is a feeling sign, can get a little lost, but having Venus there to support it means that if you did want to do something around redecoration or working from home, or moving the furniture around, or decluttering, or enjoying your outdoor space if you're in the north, or really getting things prepared for the winter if you're in the south, then there could be some new furnishings come in, there could be some adaptations. You may want to repaint those kitchen cupboards or change the bathroom suite. All of those things are possible as those two move. But of course, Cancer can be the sign of the family, and they're joined by the Sun on the 20th. It's important to understand, to be honest, that the Sun moving into Cancer, really in terms of the story of the zodiac, so the animals working their way around our life journey for each year, is to take a bit of a breath. Take that breather, just work out where we are, just assimilate our environment. Cancer can, of course, be very much to do with feeling because of the moon being its ruler, but we should never forget the power of Cancerians, because it's a cardinal sign, it's a leader sign, and therefore it's very much about action. So what we've got here is the summer solstice. So that ushers in cardinal quadrant 2. So we're talking about the second 13-week quarter of the whole year. Because did you know that Western tropical astrology is predicated on the seasons, whereas Vedic or sidereal astrology is based on the precession of the equinox? So there's a difference, and that's often that apple and pear comparison that people pile into when they start talking about astrology not working. So it's a very important time, the 20th, because the summer solstice is an opportunity for us to reset what we need in terms of our environment, our feelings, our safety, our security, our family, nurture. All those adjectives are really important for the following, not just 4 weeks, but 13 weeks. And this year, because Venus and Mercury are in the mix as well, it's a much more potent combination. So this month, I just can't emphasize enough, is just full of gloriously powerful events. But also on the 22nd, the moon pitches up. Well, it's very, very good of it in the sign that it least likes being in, Capricorn. So it's detrimented here because it's opposite its ruler of Cancer. And because it's so early in the sun's journey into Cancer, and also therefore it's opposite Venus and Mercury, but it's also square Neptune. Why is that? Because you would think in terms of the host that it wouldn't be square. Well, it's because Neptune is right at the end of its journey at the present time in Pisces. It's going to be going through its retrograde and inversing back into the sign. But as this month begins and as that particular full moon occurs, it is on its anaretic point at 29 degrees and 39 minutes. So anaretic degrees are particularly powerful. And that's saying, a bit like that combination with the moon and Neptune at the start of the month, don't disregard how things feel. This is crucial this month, despite all this interactive, sociable energy that we have absolutely oozing around the heavens at the start of the month. So we have a big challenge about our desire to be secure in our homes. So there could be something around the property market at that time, because Capricorn is the physical side of culmination, very much to do with the actual bricks and mortar of the home. The Cancer energy is much more to do with our soul within the home. And what happens with a full moon, very different to a new moon, is the sun and the moon are opposing each other. And let's think about the big picture with the planets. So these two are called the luminaries. The sun lights us up in the day and gives us our life force, but the moon lights us up at night and gives us our emotional energy. So when they're in opposition, they're chaffing, they're not collaborating at all. Their very contrasting energies are actually competing. And Neptune's in the mix, and obviously next year it's going to move briefly into Aries before going back into Neptune for its final pass. So it's getting ready to move into a fiery period of its existence. But in the sign of Pisces, again, it's about the subconscious, and it's about the things we don't necessarily want to look at. The shadow side of life and ourselves can be our fears, and also it can be our imagination running riot. And with the moon close to Neptune at the start of this month, exactly, that subconscious theme is still there, despite all the bright, sparkly and vivacious Gemini energy. So this particular full moon is one we need to take very, very seriously. The moon in Capricorn is much more focused on material security, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But it's much cooler when it comes to emotions, because the ruler of the sign of Saturn is, of course, the tough nut of the zodiac, Saturn. And ironically, Saturn decides to go into a retrograde. It's annual retrograde. And that begins on the 29th. It's for 20 weeks, and it begins at 19 degrees and 28 minutes, and it inverts back through to 12 degrees. And that retrograde is going to go on to the 15th of November. So Saturn slows down, starts to ask us all sorts of questions. But of course, it's been asking us questions earlier in the month as it's clashed with the Sun and Venus. So maybe in a relationship context, for example, we may be chatting to someone and think it's going fabulously, and then there's something that we've said that we're unaware of that has affected them quite deeply, and that creates an objection we didn't see coming. Or it could be something that's been building up over a long period of time, a resentment, an anger, that the frivolity of Gemini doesn't cut the mustard with Saturn, and it pushes back. So there could be some separations around relationships, whether we can't agree over the money or there's a lack of soul connection. That also can be an issue. So by the time we get to this full moon and Saturn goes into a retrograde, once again, the power of the cardinal signs is just coming back to show their intensity. Capricorn, cardinal sign, just like Cancer. So although the second cardinal quadrant of Cancer, triggered by the summer solstice, is asking us, along with Venus and Mercury, to really glory in our homes, our families. We want to add to our families, or work from home, or do some adaptations which improves the space in our homes, or actually move altogether, or rent somewhere new. That all sounds good, but it all comes down to the money, Capricorn, and it also comes down to what we can actually relate to in a knowing way. And unfortunately, what Neptune suggests is there may be some things that we can't quite see. So there could be some confusion or some pressures again over the cost of borrowing. I think it's looking a little bit more positive. They haven't been reduced at the present time, as I'm recording this early in May, but hopefully there is going to be some trimming back. But that doesn't mean to say that all the increases to the cost of mortgages and rentals that everyone's been really feeling the power of over the last 2.5 years aren't still there. Just because the interest rates came down 0.25% or 0.5%, it won't change all those increased costs. So the pain of that energy over the last 2.5 years is still playing out quite manifestly for all of us to see. So we do need to be conscious of that. But as we come to the end of this month, what we can do is glory in the potency of the sign of Cancer. It's a sign I've got innate respect for. My mother was a Cancer, my mother-in-law is a Cancer, my wife's ascendant is a Cancer, her brother's got a Cancer ascendant, and my best friend, going back to when I was very, very young, is also a Cancer. So Cancer people can be enormously caring, but they are very powerful people. And the great thing about Cancer people is they understand atmospheres and they understand energetic exchange. So maybe when we come to the end of this month, we've had all these interactions in a playful, sociable, mixing and mingling way. We've had lots of extra contact with different people, but when it all shakes out at the end of June, it's what does it mean? Who are the people who are really valuable to us, who we do feel really comfortable with? But it's also important to let that Gemini energy in, because what that can do is feed us with new ideas. And if we're not absorbing new ideas, we're not growing. So it's important to always be evolving. And we can talk intensely about Jupiter being detrimented in Gemini, but we need to use the best of Jupiter and the best of Gemini. We can look at the worst of Gemini, which can be a bit flitty and changeable, and we can look at Jupiter, which can be a bit boastful and overconfident. But if we dissolve it all down to what's really important, let's work with that Gemini energy to learn more, to think more about how we communicate. But it's just the energy in Pisces at the start of the month and the energy in Cancer at the end of the month is saying, how does it feel? Please stay with me as I go through each of the 12 zodiac signs, from Aries through to Pisces. But remember, if you'd like to take advantage of my very special offer, please do see that link below. And if you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it grow and click that subscription button now. Welcome Aries to your in-depth monthly horoscope for June 2024 for the Ascendant, the Sun or the Moon. On the screen now, I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the month, which provides us a lot of information about how this month is going to unfold. First up, we need to look at the role of your ruler Mars. Mars at 23 degrees and 52 minutes is therefore in the last 10 degrees of your sign, therefore the third decan, subruled by the jovial energies of Jupiter. So that's really encouraging at the start of this month. So when it comes to expressing your individuality, that sub-rulership is saying, look, really believe in what you've got to say, because communication is a massive part of this month's story. But you can see that Mars is very close to Chiron. Chiron in Aries, which is not where it necessarily may be in your natal chart, although it could be, is very much to do with our identity. So as Mercury's been passing over Chiron 3 times, we've had Venus going over Chiron, we've had the Sun going over Chiron, we've had the North Node reversing over Chiron. So Chiron has been very much in the celestial news this year. But what about Mars? Well, Mars is saying it's important to understand the metaphor of Chiron. Chiron's not necessarily about health. It's about how we work with the part of life that we may be very skilled in terms of helping others with, but we get the least acknowledgement with. So if you are someone who is quite individualistic and doesn't feel that that's necessarily celebrated, particularly by people close to you, one of the things Mars could do very close to Chiron is almost urge you to demand that respect, but that actually could be counterproductive. So it's important therefore to understand that Mars can create some impatience, some dissatisfaction and some anger. That's just how it is with Mars. But we can use every planet and every zodiac sign in a constructive way. So if you are someone who wants to work on your sense of self-worth, your image, your value, then Mars can give you more thrust to do that, and that can be for the good. But also on the 9th of this month, Mars is going to be moving into Taurus, which in itself is a big deal, and I'll revisit that shortly. So let's just hop back to some of the other big takeouts from the start of this month. I think the biggest of all, to be honest, involves Jupiter and Pluto. They come into an exact trine, which is the most enabling in astrology, on the 3rd of the month, the day when Mercury, the planet of communication, also moves into the sign of Gemini, joining up with Jupiter and also Venus and the Sun. But that angle between Jupiter in the sign of Gemini, technically detrimented, but let's think about the strengths of Jupiter. It's about confidence, it's about self-belief, it's about expansion, it's about a certainty that things will work out well for us. And in the sign of Gemini, it's about confidence around our ideas and our beliefs. So I feel that with Mars in a very active part of your situation at the start of this month, and that cluster of energy in Gemini, joined by Mercury, the ruler, but Mercury and Jupiter arcing back to Pluto for the first time in over 220 years across these two zodiac signs. If you've got a clear idea of the big picture you want to head towards in your life, which is being showcased by the energy of Pluto, you could really show an enormous amount of self-confidence and belief and energy in order to take some giant steps forwards. What's not to like? We just need to be conscious of the energy in house 12, to be honest, Aries, because Saturn's been there for the last year or more, since March the 7th, 23, and it has in some ways been making you much more conscious about certain parts of your life that actually need to come to an end. It may be a job, it may be a business, it could be certain friendships have lost their appeal, because what Saturn's asking you to do is be in touch with the soul connections in your life, not necessarily what makes so much sense practically. And obviously Saturn's very much about structures and practicality, but here he's asking you to be much more conscious of your emotional needs. So you may have experienced some losses, some disappointments, some sadness even some deep grief over that period of time. But as we go into this month, both the moon and Neptune are in conjunction in the sign of Pisces too. So the things that Saturn's been asking you to work on over the last year or so are still active, but they're heightened as we come into this month. And as much as the chatty, vibrant, vivacious, flirty energy of Gemini is very much to the fore, and Mars is asking you to put your foot to the floor with conviction because of that sub-rulership of Jupiter in the third decan, don't ignore the lessons that have been learned over the last year, but also the things that you're becoming much more invested in protecting. So that means your sensitivities, your vulnerabilities. You only want to interact with people where there is a meaning. So despite the fact that then the first 2 weeks of this month sees the Sun and Venus within 3 degrees, it's flirt central. If you want to charm someone, this is the month to do it, particularly in its early phases, and someone could find you irresistible. But just make sure that you're firmly in touch with your sixth sense, your gut feeling, your intuition, because they're all being influenced by Saturn, the moon, and Neptune in that 12th house. But as I mentioned, the first couple of weeks of this month sees the Sun and Venus very close together. But what about that angle between Jupiter and Pluto? Because people who have Jupiter and Pluto in trines in their natal charts are usually phenomenally successful. Jupiter, of course, can be about luck. It's the greater benefit in traditional astrology, but you also have the lesser benefit in your third house as well. Your ideas, therefore, can gain currency throughout this month. That's really, really scintillating stuff. But if your ideas are linked to your convictions or very much to do with your future plan or your higher hopes or perhaps your higher beliefs, Pluto in Aquarius, despite it being in its retrograde, that is going to give your expression of ideas much greater gravitas. So if you're applying for a job and it's a job you're really interested in, that's going to come across. If you're applying for a job and it's to pay the bills and it's going to be more of a means to an end, that, even if you don't say it, could actually be quite hard to disguise, because the sign of Gemini can be a little bit flitty. And of course, having Venus in the mix can be a little bit superficial, and Jupiter is detrimented in the sign. So if you really are invested in something, it's going to glow out and glow up in a big way. If you're not, that will be hard to disguise. But just before Mercury does move into the sign of Gemini on the 3rd, you can see from the wheel, it is very close to Uranus. Mercury is very quick-witted through its rulership of Gemini, but very practical for its rulership of Virgo. But in its conjunction with Uranus, Uranus has probably created quite a lot of uncertainty around your financial picture over the last 5 years, but also at times provoked you to look at things in different and fresh ways, which has probably been very valuable. Here you can benefit or you could be afflicted by it. It just depends on your response in your situation. But if there is something that is putting you under pressure and you're feeling that you have to react quickly, actually Mercury applying to Uranus will help you to do that. And in fact, as it then goes on to sweep into Gemini, things can pick up even greater pace. So expect to be connecting to people this month for sure, but that takes us to week 2, because although we do have the wonderful new moon just as the first week has come into a close, which does provide a gorgeous backdrop for the following month in terms of connecting to people. If you are someone who's going on a date, meeting up with friends, getting together with neighbours or family members, it could be a really jolly time. But if you're wanting something beyond just that exchange of enthusiasm and fun, if you're wanting something a bit deeper, so a more committed relationship, in week 2, the Sun and Venus hit the square with Saturn. And that's why I was explaining just a while ago that it's very, very important to understand the impact that Saturn has had over the last year. So Yes, you know, there is loads, oodles of opportunities to be playful, frivolous, zesty, and fun. But Saturn comes along to test the validity of that. Just be conscious of that in week 2. But on the 9th, Mars moves out of that dominating position and into the sign of Taurus, which is about friendship. This is good, you know, because in a way, Uranus is quite an edgy, unpredictable influence in your 11th house. Mars can see you, in a way, let go of the need to be top dog in Aries in the 10th house, and much more able to put your ego need to one side and collaborate with people, but it does clash with Pluto. And this is one of astrology's most challenging influences. So your 11th house is where you want to think about your future and be idealistic. The 8th house is where you're really invested with others. If you want something different from a romantic relationship from a partner, that could be another tension builder. If you don't see that person as being someone you can really collaborate with for the long term, this on top of the square between the Sun, Venus and Saturn could be another exit point in a really weak tie. But then we do have, towards the end of week 2, a glorious alliance between Venus and Mercury. If you are wanted to sign off something, you know, you wanted to agree on something, it's a new tech, a new mode of transport. Third house can be great for things like motorcycles, electric scooters. If you want to be a bit more active in terms of short physical bursts of energy, great to, you know, see if you can get your pulse rate up. One of the things we do sometimes is walk between 2 lampposts on our night walks a bit quicker. That usually makes me very unpopular, but it's a way of just getting a little bit out of breath, but it's short and it's quick. But if you are someone who's into circuit training, you could be in your element this month for sure. But seriously, if you want to agree to something or write an important letter or email, certainly the 14th to 16th can see you sparkle. But then the 17th sees that duo, Venus and Mercury, move into Cancer, which is for you your 4th house. And that shows, doesn't it really, the transitory nature of astrology. We get opportunities, they're windows of opportunities, but they don't necessarily define the whole of the month or the whole of the year, even the whole of the day. So there will be people telling you on YouTube about the marvel of Jupiter being in the sign of Gemini and how it's going to be there for the following year, and everything will be absolutely pucker and marvelous. If only it was that simple. So important to understand, seriously, I'm being really serious, that as Venus and Mercury move into Cancer, they're asking us to evaluate the emotional dimension of all those bright and bubbly exchanges. Then on the 20th, we have the summer solstice. And this summer solstice, obviously, with Venus and Mercury being so close to the Sun, is gorgeous. So for the next 13 weeks for us all, we're thinking about where we live, how we live there, our family connections, perhaps add into the family if that's something that calls out to you. If you're older, perhaps it's going to be a younger member of your family that will be adding to their family. So it's a lovely moment, but it is a moment to think about how things feel rather than be quite so interactive and sociable. But then on the 22nd, we have the full moon. In the stern sign of Capricorn, the moon here is asking us to coolly evaluate our emotional needs, but also where we live. The Sun and the Moon are in opposition. They're not collaborating, they're competing. But then, as the month draws to a close, Saturn going into a retrograde for 20 weeks, in itself, yes, it's going to inverse around about 7 degrees. What it will do in that time is just ask you to recheck some of what you thought were the facts or the truth about a particular matter. It doesn't mean to say you're going to be wrong. Or it could be that a legal matter or a contractual matter will need a lot of scrutiny. It may slow down, it might not take off in quite the way you want. But the big picture of this month, therefore, there's a lot of growth to be had at a psychological level in your chart. Don't let your pride get in the way of that. There could be some cut-off points in terms of relationships that have run their course in week 2 with the square between Saturn, the Sun and Venus, but also from the 9th in the square between Mars and Pluto, and some power and tense scenes could play out. But I feel as the month draws to a close, even if it's a bit of a struggle to feel grounded and in the moment, you're going to be determined to get back in control of what you can influence, even if you may in some ways still be processing some very painful, very sensitive energies, or some big knowledge that's downloaded about your life in general in the earlier parts of this month. It's been wonderful to be with you. Have a great June. Please do support the channel, and please do check out my special astrology report package underneath this video for both tropical and also draconic astrology, 30% off. Welcome Taurus, to your in-depth monthly horoscope for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the month, which gives us some important clues of how things are going to unfold for you this month. Now we need to be mindful of the planets in your sign, which is Uranus and Mercury, but also your ruler Venus. Let's look at Venus first of all. She's going to be very close to the sun through the first 2 weeks of this month, and that could be really exciting. That also threads into the new moon, which occurs on the 6th. It's very tight to the new moon. The new moon is when the sun and the moon are unified, and therefore the best of each's energies are coming together. The moon in Gemini is not such an emotional creature. It's a bit detached. But because the second house energy for you is very much in keeping with your sign and Venus is your ruler, I feel that some good financial news could shape up over the first half of this month. But Venus isn't just about money, it's also about the appreciation of life's goodnesses and in all its various forms. But if you are someone who has committed to some kind of diet plan earlier in the year, perhaps the New Year's resolutions even, prepare to be seriously tested, because getting together with people and being convivial is a very Gemini thing, and that can be something that really pulls you into the social world. And therefore, if it's quaffing some really nice food and wine, that could be part of the enjoyment for you. But equally, so if you recall, Uranus has been in your sign 4 times since March 2019. You had a brief taste of it in 18 for 5 months, and that forged a tense right angle with Mars in Aquarius. But this combination suggests that if at times it's been very frustrating how unpredictable life has been, just also cast your mind back over those years and think about how your outlook has altered. And it's probably altered in some very valuable ways, particularly around really marking out the things that you won't give way on in terms of maintaining your individual spirit. It's important for all of us at times to give and take, flex into other people's needs. That's part of human interaction and creates society. But if we give up our sense of identity to such a degree, we spend all of the time people pleasing or conforming to exactly what we think people expect, in some ways we're eroding our potential. So this combination of Uranus and Mercury is saying to you, if you've got unique ideas, believe in them, because you could find ways, not necessarily just to monetize them with the gathering of energy in Gemini this month, but more about feeling enriched by them. Firm up your sense of self-worth, because your sign is very much about that. Venus isn't just about the money, it isn't just about romance, it isn't just the planet of peace or the planet of agriculture or the planet of relating, it is the planet of self-worth. So going back in a circle, the first 2 weeks of this month is glorying your ruler Venus, but also urging you to showcase what makes you unique and individual. But also you can see in house 11 we do have 3 players still. Saturn, which has been perhaps a little challenging over the last year. There may have been some people that you thought were long-term fixtures in your life who actually have made way. Maybe you've become more discriminating about who you want to link with. Maybe you've changed your mind about a long-term plan that previously you'd been adhering to. But that's what happens with life. Sometimes as we get to the summit, we look down over the mountain range and think, do you know, this is good. I'm pleased I've done this. But actually, my perspective, my life experience is altered, and I now want to aspire to something else. And Saturn may have brought some of those lessons to you over the last year. But you can see the Moon and Neptune are very close together. If you do have a friend, or you're connected to somebody who is very idealistic, but also has a very enlightened worldview, they could be very important to you this month. But if there is somebody that you're impressed by, inspired by, it's also important that they're delivering messages to you that are in some ways going to give you some tangible outcomes. In other words, just be a little bit cautious of being attracted to someone who comes out of a particularly mystical way of living your life that may sound in principle very positive and very uplifting, and it could be, but I feel for you it needs to have some practical dimension too. Otherwise you could get caught up chasing something that always is a little bit elusive. But then let's look at house 12, because this is really important. House 12 and Mars, especially being very close to Chiron at the start of this month, that can arouse some of your insecurities, particularly if you don't feel heard or seen. But also Mars has a tendency in the 12th house to stir up stuff that we thought was settled. And sometimes our emotions can be rather up and down. Issues that we feel very deeply about can be triggered, but they may not be always issues that we were conscious of. The 12th house has a tendency to do that. Then again, past disappointments, hurts, accidents, rejections, or where people have been unjust can suddenly take on more energy as well. And if you feel particularly that people are not valuing you in your emotional input as much as they could, with Chiron being so close, it could make you angry at times. But the good news, Taurus, is that Mars is going to be moving into your sign on the 9th. Mars is going to give you more thrust. You're going to move into the moment. Some of the anxieties that Mars can trigger in the 12th house will make way. But because you've got that very tender set of influences in your 11th house, friendships and future hopes, your long-term plan, it's important perhaps to clear up some outstanding stuff. The leftover energy, which is manifested in house 12, including the North Node, of course. Now the North Node, the true North Node, is going to move on the 11th of January 2025 into your 11th house, which will be really good for you. I don't think the North Node since July 2023 has always been particularly easy for you. It's pulling you sometimes towards looking at some tender, emotional, perhaps psychological matters that may, if you've embraced them and faced them head on, have been extremely valuable. But if you're someone who's not really wanted to look at those, somehow or another life may have kept taking you back to your vulnerabilities. But that's the big picture at the start of this month. So we have a lot of activity in the sign of Gemini, which is very sociable, quick moving messages, exciting. We have Jupiter there, which is about hope and growth. It could transform your financial picture in the following year, but we also need to be aware that Jupiter can overpromise and underdeliver. With Jupiter, we need to work really hard, not fall into the trap of just thinking, oh, Jupiter is in my second house, everything is going to come up roses in the following year. Did the global economy glow up as Jupiter was moving through Taurus, the sign which rules money? No, it didn't. And that's why we have to be realistic. But if you work hard, the fact that Jupiter is aligning with Pluto right at the top of your chart and could therefore be argued to be the most influential player at the start of this month, it's saying that there can be big shifts around your career, but also big shifts around how you earn money, but also big shifts about your values, or big shifts about how you view yourself, your own self-worth. But don't be surprised if you find yourself interacting with some very influential people as this month kicks off. And Jupiter is going to be aligning to Pluto through the first 11 days within 3 degrees. And this is the first time they forged this alliance across these two signs for over 220 years. So it's extraordinarily rare. Of course, they're both air signs, so communication is very important. Your ideas are important. But what I love about Taurus people, you're always looking to convert it back to, well, what's the meaning of what I'm doing? What's the tangible benefit? And that's a great gift you've got. And with Uranus and Mercury in that sparky, a little bit edgy influence at the start of the month, it suggests that you're going to want to speak out and express your view in an authentic way, and some of it could come from the depths with Mars's help. But initially, as you go into this month, it's a lot about perhaps converting some of the ideas, the individualism, the changes that you've been driving with Uranus's help, Pluto's help, over the last 5 years with Uranus and since 2008 with Pluto, to widen your horizons, to travel, learn more, download information, teach and train, inform. It's all been incredibly thrilling for you. But earlier this year, because we had such a clustering of energy in house 12, including the total solar eclipse, you may have been asking some big questions about where you sat within all of this excitement, but perhaps restless vibe. Now you can start to really pick through what's really worth something to you. But it is going to be tested potentially in week 2 of this month, because although the Sun aligning with Venus is so valuable and Mercury moves into Gemini, it's one of its 2 home signs on the 3rd, links with Jupiter. You know, if you're wanting to earn some money, if you agree to a contract or a deal around then, could be really, really good for you. The 6th, we have the new moon, very close to Venus. Charm will get you everywhere, you know that. But also you have your more sensuous appreciation of life. It can be through splashing out some money on some luxury items, but it also can be your appreciation of what's more aesthetic, you know, atmospheres. It's not necessarily the furniture in a building, it's the light in the building. It's maybe the strip beams, it's the, you know, the exposed bricks or stone. So that awareness to those things is really going to be enriched for you in the early part of this month, which takes us to week 2. And then Saturn starts to apply its much more gritty influence. Yes, it squares up with the Sun and also with Venus. So if something, you know, if you have found that it's very hard to resist calorifically loaded foods, Saturn will remind you that this has an outcome. If there is someone that you find irresistible in a more seductive and intimate sense, 2nd house, Jupiter finds it hard to say no. Jupiter and Venus, the 2 planets of plenty, both in your 2nd house. It's not just food that may be hard to turn down, it could be someone's advances. But Saturn's saying what's right for you in terms of your higher principles. If you're caught up in chasing the money, or caught up in chasing what's instantly desirable, it may be taking you away from something that's purer for you personally. It depends on what type of life you're leading and what you want. If you want to be all in, with enjoying things to the max, not worrying too much about the outcome, you know, if there is someone you can connect to and they're at the same part of their life as you, and it is very, very, very hot, great. But Saturn's saying in week 2, look, there's going to be a potential outcome if you're too extravagant and get away from what's really important to you. But There are always things moving in astrology, and Mars moves into your sign on the 9th. I love Mars moving into your sign, Taurus, because Mars moving through the 12th house, you know, as it does, those 6 weeks, it can really be quite trying. But Mars moving into your own sign nominally will bring you into the moment. It makes you more aware of your need to stay in touch with your individual needs and your ego, which of course Mercury and Uranus were doing at the start of the month. But Mars moving here immediately clashes with Pluto. And this is a really heavyweight clash. These are the two rulers of your opposite sign of Scorpio. Mars is about that need for instant gratification, being assertive, feisty at times, certainly about initiating things. If something has felt a bit blocked with Mars in the 12th, moving into your own sign, you're going to want to take your power back, put a firmer grip on that life tiller. But Pluto at the top of your chart is saying you've got to interact potentially with someone you may not necessarily want to deal with. This could be a boss. It could be an influential family member. It could be your partner. They've got a different worldview. It may be a bit more conservative, or they may be thinking, look, if Mars moving into your sign and augmenting, not in a conjunction, but the overall energy that Uranus has been stirring up in recent years, it's just saying to you, don't charge in too quickly. You need to think about any actions you take will have an outcome. And someone could experience you as being a little bit hard to be around in some ways, not in terms of your personality, it's more your aura, particularly if you're wanting to strut your stuff. And it could be like a power battle, not necessarily a spoken one. Pluto often keeps stuff out of sight. But you may need to deal with someone and they may have some leverage over you, but you may have ideas and skills and talents which are valuable to them, but they may want you to conform to what they want rather than what you'd ideally like. So a bit of give and take is going to be necessary. But generally, in terms of your physical vitality and your psychology, Mars moving into your own sign is good, good, good. 14th to the 16th, your ruler Venus is met by Mercury. This is really good for money, and especially deals, trade, but also maybe that you're going to grab yourself a nice bargain, whether it is that touch of lux or it is something more, you know, getting something from a reclamation yard that's got great value in terms of how it looks and its, you know, its historical value to you. Could be something you can snaffle then. Just depends on your unique life story. But the 17th does see them both move into Cancer. Now, Cancer, the host, is about feelings, isn't it? It's ruled by the moon, but it's also about security. But for you, the 3rd house is about how you express ideas. But the 20th is the summer solstice. The sun shifts into Cancer to join up with that duo. What a great trio to have in Cancer for you, because you're an earth sign, so you carry water. You know, you conduct water very well. As the air sign of Gemini is great for the exchange of ideas if you're ready to exchange them, and could be good for improving your finances. Certainly will be very good for enjoying the good things of life. The move of Venus, Mercury and the Sun all into Cancer shifts the dimension more to interaction, but it's interaction with emotion that you're looking for here. And it provides a backdrop for the next 13 weeks, because the summer solstice really triggers cardinal quadrant 2. So the Western tropical astrological calendar starts with the spring equinox. That brings in cardinal quadrant 1. That's about the new start, Aries, thrust, excitement, very much like the ascendant in our natal chart. But the 4th house is the sleep point in our natal charts. It's where we reflect. But for you, it's house 3, so things are speeding up. But speeding up about where you live potentially, or feeling comfortable in your environment. But then on the 22nd, we have a full moon. The sun and the moon are in a squabble, essentially. They're opposing each other. They have very different energies. They're not integrated. And it just so happens the moon's in its least favourite zodiac sign of Capricorn. But for you, that's house 9. That's about the big picture, travel, higher education, being more impulsive, perhaps more spontaneous. The third house is the everyday conversation. You might want to be a little bit more daring. Someone close to you may be more mindful of the security aspect of the Cancerian energy. And then Saturn, that great manager of our time, goes into a retrograde for 20 weeks through to the 15th of November on the 29th of this month. So you can see that part of your situation that's to do with your future is under a lot of discussion as this month comes to a close. So it's very sensual at the start of this month, Taurus. You're going to really appreciate it because Venus is so much in the mix, because Jupiter's so much in the mix. If you have been going through a period of being abstemious, very self-disciplined, trying to lose weight, perhaps being very cautious with your resources, you may be surprised by how you get back into some of your core Tauran behaviour in a way that you're really happy with. But as the month draws to a close, your mind switching on, third house, the moon, ninth house, how your higher philosophies are influencing what you're doing. And with Saturn going retrograde in another water sign of Pisces, it's the conversation you have at the end of this month is shaking things out, because the conversations have to be about how it feels, Cancer, but it also has to stimulate you. So what an exciting, thrilling, incredible month. And I should just say, actually, from the 17th to the 20th, that the Sun's squaring up with Neptune in Pisces. So once more, there can be an amplification, but this time, where Saturn in your 11th house squaring up with the Sun and Venus in your second house may mean that you're more conscious of your finances or your values not meshing with someone that you have been associated with or have been friendly with. But then Neptune gets in the mix across the 17th to 20th. There could be the potential for someone being a bit tricky and not very honest about resources. So just be aware of that too. So the end of this month, you're analysing all this enjoyment, this high, what do they call it, full fat. It's a full fat month at the start of this month, for the first 2/3 of this month, Taurus. But when you get to the end of it, it doesn't mean to say you have to be on fully skimmed, but I feel that you're just trying to work out what it all means. But I definitely don't think this month is going to be dull. I think it's going to be very intriguing for you, and of all the zodiac signs, because it's a very Tauran kind of month, weirdly, despite the Gemini slant of the quick communications. For you, it's going to be a month where you can really get in contact with the things that really mean a lot to you, your values, what you enjoy, what your foundations are based upon. You can look to spoil yourself a little bit or be a bit thriftier. It depends on your choice. Saturn may push you to be a bit thriftier, for sure, but you can also become much more conscious of where your values or your worth are not appreciated by some of the people you're connecting with. But by the end of the month, you're resetting your intellectual and communicational output to all these events, but based on how it feels. It's been a real pleasure being with you. Thank you so much for joining me. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please do so. And remember to check out my very special personal astrology offer by seeing the link beneath this video. Welcome Gemini, it's your in-depth monthly horoscope for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. Now I'm going to issue a public health warning for your sign in particular, and that is that I am going to be truthful. Now, I think you know that I'm probably referring to Jupiter, and you're spot on. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart, and you can see that there's Jupiter just into your first house. It's a glorious position to have Jupiter, to be honest. It's not been with you for 12 years, and it's going to be with you through to the 9th of June 2025. Let's think about the archetype of Jupiter. It's about growth, optimism, luck, good fortune, it can be about self-assurance, but it can also be about exaggeration and sometimes having our expectations a little bit too high. But the other thing we need to remember is that your sign is the host for Jupiter, and Jupiter is not at its best in Gemini. It's detrimented. So we just need to just moderate our expectations a little bit. That doesn't change the fact that Jupiter forges a quite sensational link to Pluto. For the first time in over 220 years, Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, but they're very close to a perfect trine at the start of this month. That becomes exact on the 3rd, and it can be life-changing, particularly if you're born right at the start of Gemini. So if you're through the first 4 or 5 days of Gemini, this is particularly exciting. The reason that I've been a little bit cryptic and cheeky there is that I do feel that you could read or watch other material which tells you that everything is going to be absolutely unbelievably perfect. And unfortunately, Jupiter can flatter to deceive. And also, as we go into this new month, Venus, the planet of charm, is very, very close to the Sun in your sign. In fact, for the first 2 weeks, they are within 3 degrees. And that does give you an admirable set of planetary assets to work with, and they're joined on the 3rd by your ruler Mercury. Mercury combines with Jupiter. That's a wonderful alliance. This is all amazing stuff. We also have a fantastic new moon in your sign on the 6th. Again, very, very close to Venus. We've had so many challenging lunations over the last few years, usually involving Uranus, to have a much more on the surface very edifying and pleasant and charming combination of the 2 planets of fortune being in your sign. That's great, but we've got to remember the first house where they occur is about essentially beginnings. It's almost like the ascendant. It's the start of the journey, not necessarily the culmination. The culmination part of your situation is the sign of Taurus. And as we begin this month, that's where your ruler is. In fact, it's very close to Uranus. Uranus! It's been causing some mischief for Geminis, particularly over the last 5 years. Even as long ago as 5 months in 2018. That was probably quite a tricky year, to be fair. But seriously, Uranus in the 12th house is provoking and pushing and demanding attention for the parts of all of our ourselves that we don't necessarily want to look at, but especially for Gemini, because it's the 12th house. So if you have felt rather on edge at times, rather overloaded with cortisol, it's been difficult to relax, to sleep, to switch off, or to identify whatever it is that's just nagging away at your peace of mind, that's Uranus. In a very positive way, over the last year, Jupiter has been evoking its rulership of Pisces, which is about faith, spirituality, growing your understanding of what makes us tick at a deeper level. And if you've really taken Jupiter into your the center of your universe, the combination between the two, which peaked on the 20th, 21st, depending on where you live, in that very powerful conjunction that only occurs every 14 years, maybe a lot of things suddenly started to fall into place. But essentially, Uranus is going to be, for a little while longer, a little bit of an aggravant, but especially if you're someone who wants to live in the present and doesn't necessarily want to tune in to why things are like they are, what's the deeper patterns that go on, what do we fear, what are the things that are manifesting in our subconscious that we're not quite integrating. But if you're someone who's worked hard at bringing it all in, then for sure at the start of this month you could have a wonderful light bulb moment with Mercury there. Suddenly you can make sense of an awful lot of things. But as I say, this cluster of energy at the start of this month, wow. If you want to recast your personal identity in a fresher, more glamorous way in terms of how you feel now, so it could be a new haircut, changing your clothes, adapting your diet somehow, or you want to invest in a new business idea or creative project, you really can set something moving in a very, very potent way, which could be very lucky for you if you have the confidence to really go for it. But what I'm pushing back against is the fact that having Jupiter in your sign is going to provide a panacea for all the ills of life. And I'm sorry, I just won't do it, because I feel it raises people's hopes in a very unfair way. And that is not what I'm about. I'm about trying to be as sincere as possible through the guise of working with solar astrology. What you do have at the start of this month also is Saturn right at the top of your chart. If you're serious about working hard towards some kind of big goal or ambition, he's going to keep driving you forwards. Obviously, he does move briefly into Aries next year, but he's going to keep driving you forwards for about a year. But you also have Neptune and the Moon at the top of your chart at the start of this month. If you are dealing with anyone influential, it's vital that you manifest your ideas in a way which makes sense to them, that's clear, clean, tangible. They can see what they would get from the situation. If you are very creative or artistic, or you're someone who's a carer, a healer, a psychic, having that combination between Neptune and the Moon can see you heighten your profile throughout June for sure, because the extra individuality and confidence the clustering of energy in Gemini will give you can also work very well with those very late Piscean energies. But also Mars, the planet of thrust, desire, and also impatience, is very close to Chiron at the start of this month. If there is something in your nature that you're not feeling totally at peace with how you're perceived by others, particularly in community or friendship or group situations, Mars is saying, look, if there are some tender things there, try not to overreact if a challenge comes up. Stay cool. Mars is actually going to be moving into your 12th house on the 9th, and it is going to meet in a challenge with Pluto for the following week. And that can be quite an awkward encounter. But what I would say to you, when it comes to your long-term future, the 11th house, Mars is certainly going to help you. What I like about Mars in the 11th house is that it can let go a little bit of its ego. If you have to do a little bit more giving to support others, you're part of a team effort, as long as you can retain your individuality and be at the heart of things, you'll be excited. If you're not, you might lose interest, because having all these planets in your sign at the start of this month is certainly a time for you to shine. You can sparkle, you can be amazing, but you also need to work at it. And Jupiter can trick us into thinking that everything will land in our laps without too much effort on our parts. So if you can roll your sleeves up over the next year, particularly around your creative pursuits, or you want to bring some new exciting moments into your romantic equation, recasting yourself and really believing in who you are and your personal identity can definitely pay off for you. It really can. So let's just wind back then to the start of the month. Your ruler Mercury moves on the 3rd into your sign. Celebrate it. Connects to Jupiter. Celebrate it. If you've got an idea, someone can really be interested. In fact, someone can really be interested in your ideas for the first 2 weeks of this month. The new moon on the 6th, because it's very close to Venus, suggests your personal appeal will be very irresistible. And in fact, if you're single, don't be surprised if over the following month more than one person is making tracks in your direction. You will be emanating a very alluring vibe for sure. But in week 2, this is where things reach a much more realistic phase of the month, if you like, because Saturn in your 10th house of how you connect to the world, what people in positions of influence think about you, starts to crunch away at the Sun and also Venus in your sign. And however strong your ideas are, they may start to scrutinize them in a way that could see the rivets come out if you're not really prepared for that scrutiny. So good ideas on their own are not going to be enough. You need to back it up with a firm plan, action that can create some kind of outcome for them that gives them an advantage. So, you know, if you're applying for a job, pitching for your own business, you're trying to raise your profile in some kind of way, you have to be prepared that there could be some cold analysis coming in your direction in week 2 of this month. And that's why I'm saying we do need to be realistic. But then from the 14th to the 16th, Mercury and Venus come together in a conjunction. And if you've answered the doubters, this could be the moment that they're wanted to step in and seal the deal. But then on the 17th, we have the Sun starts to square up with Neptune. So the Sun in your sign gets into a shimmering right angle with Neptune. If you are speaking to anyone and, you know, there are some scrutinizing questions, don't be evasive. If you're not sure, say, I'm not sure. Don't try to pull the proverbial wool over anyone's eyes. If you're trying to promote something, be truthful about it as well. However, the 17th also sees Venus and Mercury, your ruler, into your second house. So this could be a time when you start to see the benefits of what you've been propagating earlier in the month. The 20th, we have the summer solstice. This ushers in cardinal quadrant 2, an incredibly important event in the whole astrological year, because Western tropical astrology is based on the seasons. So when we have the spring equinox, that's the start of the astrological year, 13-week backdrop. When we have the summer solstice, 13-week backdrop. And it's the 13-week backdrop which could see you improve your finances. I will definitely say that. But just be aware, there is an immediate challenge on the 20th when there's a full moon, with the moon in opposition to the sun, in the business-like sign of Capricorn. So if you're wanting to get something financially straight, just be aware that Neptune is T-squaring those two influences, and therefore also Venus and Mercury. So what I feel is going to shake out from the creativity and the passion and the personality and the persuasion that you can definitely show at the start of this month is, if you can stand the scrutiny of some important people who are going to be checking you out as the month goes on, you may get something of what you want, but you may not get everything of what you want, or something that's offered may have some kind of catch that you can't see, because with Neptune we are often talking about deception. And also Saturn goes into a retrograde on the 29th, so your business or professional hopes may go through a slowing down period through to the middle of November. It doesn't mean to say that things are going to fall apart. It just means you may have to apply yourself even more, because this is a 20-week period that happens every single year with the outer planets. Well, I should say that actually Saturn's an interpersonal planet along with Jupiter, but it is very much about measurement. It's about validation. It's about limitation, of course, but it can be where things get a bit cooler, a bit more serious. So you could instigate something at the start of this month. You can get something that draws a lot of attention your way. People can be absolutely enchanted by what you have to offer, but by the end of the month they're just focused on what it's worth to them, to be honest. And that might actually be important to you as well, particularly if you're not totally focused on just being artistic, creative, or pursuing a hobby, or pursuing your love life. All those things that Gemini energy is really strong at, you know, the quick, sparkly, effervescent interactions which you just feel so at ease with. By the end of this month, it's all about, what about the money, stupid? And that's why I said at the start of this forecast, please note the public health warning that I am going to be truthful. But that truth comes with a genuine sincerity. And I will just tell you that in my draconic astrology, which moves the North Node to 0 degrees Aries, the vernal point, it takes my Mercury to 0 degrees Gemini, and it takes my Sun to 28 degrees Gemini. So in terms of the energy that I join this planet with, that soul or karmic energy, I'm very Gemini-like. I also have both the Sun and Mercury in the 3rd house in my natal chart, very Gemini. So this forecast is very apt for me too in terms of my Draconic astrology. If you want to know more about Draconic astrology, please see the link beneath this video. You can check out my special package. It really is gripping. Understand the karma of your life as you entered this world. But lots of lovely stuff, and if you are arty, creative, you have flair, you want to showcase your amazing individuality, you want to woo people with the power of your personality, this is a fantastic, awesome month. But you have to be aware Jupiter isn't at its best in your sign, and that Saturn is going to provide challenges. And it's important to understand that we live in a complex world that's changing fast, and not many of us have much control over it. We've got the big media corporations have an awful lot of power. Some people would argue it's governments, but I think it's the big media organisations that have the power. Not even publishers. It's the tech companies. You know who I'm talking about. They're the people who have the power, and whether it is big Chinese retailers that are trying to woo our attention and sell us lots of stuff cheap because that gives them even more control or power, or whatever it is. We live in a complex world. But if you're somebody who's got something very individualistic to say, something very special to say it. But just be aware that you need to fit into a world that sometimes can be harsh, cold, unforgiving, and really not always very conscious of talent. But if you're persistent and you really show that application and perspiration, oh my, there's loads to go for you, Gemini. Have a great month. Please remember to sub, and please remember to check out my astrology reports beneath. Welcome Cancer to your in-depth monthly horoscope for June 2024 for the Ascendant, the Sun or the Moon. On the screen now I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the month, and we need to be mindful of your ruling planet, the Moon. The Moon starts the month in your 9th house. The 9th house is where we explore, can be where we expand and amplify. It can also be about higher knowledge, but in the sign of Pisces, that higher knowledge can be faith orientated or very spiritually orientated. So having the Moon so close to Neptune, the ruler of the sign of Pisces, suggests you're in the mood to widen your perspectives in terms of your understanding of the meaning of life. But it's interesting because the co-ruler of the sign of Pisces is Jupiter. And Jupiter's just tucked up in your 12th house. Again, a very Piscean feel. The 12th house is the sector of culmination. And Jupiter and Neptune are collaborating. But in a way, Jupiter, Venus and the Sun want you to remove yourself from the limelight, which is an interesting paradox, because Mars, the planet of thrust, desire, ambition in terms of where it's located for you, is in house 10. You want to seize attention, you want to articulate your power and, if need be, your authority. But there's another part of you that may in some ways want to squirrel yourself away. So in the early parts of this month, anything to do with healing, retreats, meditations, traditional religion or modern philosophies can really have a very strong pull for you. But you could, particularly if you work in those areas, find yourself in some kind of leadership role, which is raising the profile for these areas. So that, in a way, gives you a conflict. It's a conflict that will get solved as the month goes on, because we have the summer solstice on the 20th and the Sun returns to your sign, as it does at this time of the year, but it does so this year with Venus and Mercury. In fact, they precede the Sun. They're moving into your sign along with the Sun from the 17th, and that really glows you up. But what you're doing from the start of the month until then is going through a period of deep reflection, deep preparation, or maybe working on things that are to do with your psyche or thinking very much back about your past history. So it may be that you're going to be reminiscing, feeling quite nostalgic, researching your family tree, perhaps heading off if you are going to holiday to somewhere that you can really rest, somewhere that's very peaceful and definitely has a water dimension to it, but perhaps some kind of connection to ancient history and culture. Because those artifacts or buildings that you see or handle can be very enriching for your senses. So some kind of escapism or withdrawal has to coexist at the start of this month with another part of you that wants to be noticed, wants to be taken seriously, wants to be seen as an authority. So that's the picture at the start of the month. We also have Jupiter back in the sign of Gemini for the first time in 12 years, forging an amazing link to Pluto. Pluto is in its retrograde now in Aquarius. It's going to be coming back into Aquarius on the 20th of November, but it does actually retreat back into your sector of relating on the 1st of September. And I feel because Pluto links to Jupiter, and for you that's house 12 Jupiter, knowledge, philosophical, psychological, faith, but Pluto in the 8th house can be ends and beginnings in a very dramatic way. And the 8th house, of course, can be about reincarnation, but it also can be about where things do run their course. So you're going to be thinking very profoundly, deeply at the start of this month. If there has been someone who's no longer in your life, maybe it was to do with a passing, maybe it is somebody that was very, very special to you, your connection to that person's spirit can be incredibly strong in the first part of this month. And the memories that evokes can be very, very vivid. Don't be surprised if you're having some very intense dreams. You may even find yourself wanting to go to places of worship or places that are very tranquil. If you can't go on a long distance travel because your circumstances don't allow it, you can still get into nature. You can still get by water. That can be very, very healing for you. But if you are interested in alternative medicine and having some therapeutic treatments, that can be very enriching. If you're thinking of having some counselling, very enriching. Because what you unlock, what you decode at the start of this month can be so valuable. But what can be perhaps a provocation in a positive way to embrace some tender parts of your existence could be Uranus, because Uranus continues in your 11th house, which is your future, your highest hopes, but also it's to do with your friendships. And because Mercury is very close to Uranus at the start of this month, it could be someone who in some ways challenges you. They don't necessarily accept the story or as you see it, your history as you describe it. They may be someone who themselves will, in a caring way, be saying, but what about this? What about that? All this is going to give you a huge amount of food for thought. But then, by the 3rd, what a day, Mercury moves into your 12th house as well. Can I be honest? Mercury loves being in Gemini. It rules this sign, but Mercury doesn't like being in the 12th house. The 12th house can see our thoughts trapped. We can also start to repeat our thoughts in a kind of repetitive way, but find it more difficult to articulate them because the 12th house wants to see us be private. Also, having Jupiter and Venus in the 12th house means that if a relationship has run its course, there could be an ending and there could be a separation or a loss. It could be your choice. It could be someone else decides to distance themselves from you. Just because they're the planets of fortune, the 12th house, raking through the debris of what you can gain when there's a breakup or a separation, is not always a very pleasant experience. But that doesn't mean to say it can't be enriching. So the role of Pluto and Jupiter in this month is very strong the first 11 days. They're within 3 degrees. So some big revelations may be coming your way. You may be changing your relationship to your past view of a story that you felt absolutely in the right about. But that's the problem with Jupiter. It can be to do with dogma. and Pluto can be to do with power. And because Pluto was going through your sector of relating for so long, from 2008 until those 11 weeks last year, and from the 21st of January this year, that maybe some of the certainties you had are being challenged by the democratic state that is Aquarius, which is more cool, it's more detached. It's not so conventional. There is part of you that can be rooted in convention. You could be someone who's very much someone who embraces the counterculture, see yourself as quite radical, outspoken and independent and individual, yet there may be another part of your nature that's so rooted in convention it's hard to see it. But Pluto moving into Aquarius is nudging you and trying to awake within you a much deeper understanding of your motivations, your psychological and your life patterns and life purpose. But Mercury moves, as I mentioned before, on the 3rd, but it does join up with Jupiter. So you could get some information or some news that really pleases you, and it may be a surprise. But then on the 6th, we have a new moon. It's a new moon, however, that is in a conjunction with Venus. We have to be aware that Venus can be lovely in its rulership of Taurus. It's very much about our self-worth, it's about money, it's about security, can be about our creative talent, can be about our love of food, of growing things. It can also be about a little bit of luxury, but it also can be about artistic aesthetics. But its rulership of the sign of Libra is about relationships. It's about how we interact with people, but it can be a bit superficial. It can be like saying the things that won't rock the boat, and you generally don't like conflict. So what you need to ask yourself here in this particular new moon, is there the potential to discuss some things in a gentle, tender way which releases some past hurts or some past views in a way that liberates you? Or is it going to be the case that you are actually going to separate yourself from something that no longer works for you? And because Mars, for the first 9 days of this month, is in such a dominant part of your situation, one of the things I'd really caution you against is letting pride get in the way of your decision making, because Mars obviously loves being in Aries, it rules the sign, but it's very, very close to Chiron at the start of this month. And if you're maintaining an aura of confidence, certainty and authority because you're shielding yourself, you may actually shield away the opportunity to grow by being more vulnerable. And the start of this month really asks you to be more vulnerable. But then we have week 2, a big clash. Saturn applies its more exacting instincts to both the Sun and Venus. And the truth of a particular alliance can become much more amplified. Remember I said at the start, the 9th house can amplify. Saturn generally limits, but in the 9th house here, in the right angle with the Sun and Venus, it's showing you the truth. Now it could be that you're showing someone else the truth and they're really reluctant to see it. But it's also possible that someone could confront you with a side of your nature and way of being that you just haven't been aware of. And it could be quite a rude awakening, to be honest. But from the 14th to the 16th, Venus and Mercury move into your sign. Venus is perfectly happy in Cancer, Mercury less so. Mercury likes logic, it also likes practicalities. In your sign, the emotion erodes that logic. But it is saying, really, in some ways, you're moving back into your energy. And then on the 20th, at the summer solstice, the sun moves back to your sign. It's a dramatic event in the whole year. It's the second cardinal quadrant, ushering in a 13-week period where we all need to be more mindful of stability, security, nurture, and anything to do with emotion, family, where we live. But having Venus and Mercury there this year means this can be a very powerful next 13 weeks in a very positive way. Yeah? Well, yes. It's just that we have an almost immediate full moon on the 22nd. And that full moon is in the bête noire of your sign, which is Capricorn, because that's where your ruler struggles the most. So the moon in its opposition with the sun is never necessarily an easy event, because they're competing. They have very different energies. They're not integrated like a new moon, but this one squares up with that dreamy, drifting, distorting potential that's Neptune, that was there right at the start of the month in the conjunction with your moon. So what I would say is Neptune therefore squares up with both Venus and Mercury as well. So however much you may want to start to visualize how you'd like to move into the moment and gain your power back, which you may feel has been pulled away from you a little bit by the energy of Neptune, having the moon in its weakest position in its whole journey is not ideal. But on the 9th, Mars moves out of that dominating position and into the sign of Taurus, which is about friendship. This is good, you know, because in a way, Uranus is quite an edgy, unpredictable influence in your 11th house. Mars can see you, in a way, let go of the need to be top dog in Aries in the 10th house, and much more able to put your ego need to one side and collaborate with people, but it does clash with Pluto. And this is one of astrology's most challenging influences. So your 11th house is where you want to think about your future and be idealistic. The 8th house is where you're really invested with others. If you want something different from a romantic relationship from a partner, that could be another tension builder. If you don't see that person as being someone you can really collaborate with for the long term, this on top of the square between the Sun, Venus and Saturn could be another exit point in a really weak tie. But then, as the month draws to a close, Saturn going into a retrograde for 20 weeks, in itself, yes, it's going to inverse around about 7 degrees. What it will do in that time is just ask you to recheck some of what you thought were the facts or the truth about a particular matter. It doesn't mean to say you're going to be wrong. Or it could be that a legal matter or a contractual matter will need a lot of scrutiny. It may slow down. It might not take off in quite the way you want. But the big picture of this month, Cancer, is therefore there's a lot of growth to be had at a psychological level in your chart. Don't let your pride get in the way of that. There could be some cut-off points in terms of relationships that have run their course in week 2 with the square between Saturn, the Sun and Venus, but also from the 9th in the square between Mars and Pluto, and some power and tense scenes could play out. But I feel as the month draws to a close, even if it's a bit of a struggle to feel grounded and in the moment, you're going to be determined to get back in control of what you can influence, even if you may in some ways still be processing some very painful, very sensitive energies, or some big knowledge that's downloaded about your life in general in the earlier parts of this month. It's been wonderful to be with you. Have a great June. Please do support the channel, and please do check out my special astrology report package underneath this video for both tropical and also draconic astrology, 30% off. Welcome Leo to your in-depth monthly horoscope for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now I'm showing the event chart at the start of the month, which gives us a lot of information about how June will unfold. It begins with the sun, your ruler, at 11 degrees in the sign of Gemini. Gemini is a sign that's very much to do with communication, but it also, for you, the 11th house is where you network. It's your friendships, your alliances, and your social interaction. But with the sun just into the second 10 degrees of Gemini, that's sub-ruled by Venus, the planet of charm. But you can see at 10 degrees that Venus is very close to the sun. In fact, they're going to be loved up within 3 degrees through the first 2 weeks of this month. So your personality power, often your greatest gift, and your charisma is going to be turned up to absolute max. and that's something that can be hugely valuable. This could see you building up some new connections. It may be that socially you're going to be mixing and mingling a lot more at the start of this month. But also you're going to be thinking about your long-term future, particularly with Jupiter, the planet of growth, optimism, and critically good fortune, also in Gemini as well. And Venus, the other planet of fortune, very close to the Sun, means that there can be very positive developments in terms of your connections to others. This could be working as part of a team, a collective, or it could be that something you've wanted to manifest for some while, particularly if it's of a more creative nature, really gets an opportunity to blossom. But also Jupiter is forging an incredibly powerful alliance to Pluto, the planet of change and transformation. Now that may be in a retrograde, but it continues in your sector of relating. Don't underestimate the power of your message in terms of what other people receive from you. What Jupiter does is transform in its connection to Pluto, but in a constructive way. Now, these two haven't been in this alliance in these signs for over 220 years. So the charm that the Sun and Venus together give you, but also the enthusiasm, the self-belief and confidence that Jupiter's providing as well, means that other people can really be switched on to your message, whether it is socially, whether it is about a business idea, whether it's about a cause that you're inspired by. Now in House 10, Uranus has been quite the disruptive influence full-time since 2019. There may have been times when things have been very unsettled, unpredictable, but also you've been pushed to experiment and try different things. If you've been up for that, I think actually looking back, there's lots of valuable knowledge and experiences that you've gained. But of course, Uranus is very much about freedom. And you can see that with Mercury so close to Uranus, Mercury has just passed over Uranus as last month came to a close. That creates a lot of electricity. So if you are finding yourself generating lots of different, very imaginative ideas, it wouldn't be a surprise. But then it's how you feed those ideas out to others that will be critical. And that's where your people skills, your personality, and your persuasion are going to be so potent in the early parts of this month. But also in House 9, you have Mars. Mars in Aries, of course, is bang at home. But in the third decan there for Mars, that's sub-ruled by Jupiter. So you could be feeling very hopeful and really optimistic at the start of this month. But if there is a gap in your knowledge base, which you feel is important to progress, the one thing I wouldn't do with Mars being so close to Chiron is fret about this to the degree that you're actually almost trying too hard. Also, it's important with Mars close to Chiron that you don't mask any insecurities by pridefulness. So if there is something you're unsure of, it's probably best to just front it up. Also in House 8, House 8 is very much about shared resources. If a partner or someone that you're involved with business-wise or your own long-term finances have been squeezed a little bit over the last year, it wouldn't be a surprise. And because Neptune and the Moon are so close together in this area as June begins, it is going to be important to scrutinise any suggestions that you're given when it comes to money, deals, contracts. But what I would say is Neptune forges a very idealistic link to Jupiter. Neptune will be moving briefly next year, 2025, into the fire sign of Aries. So what Neptune's asking us to do is really examine our higher philosophies and purpose. So the link to Jupiter suggests that there could be someone who comes into your situation, maybe as an advisor, maybe someone that you just chat to informally, who helps you to look at your life in a different way. And that actually can provide some real spiritual uplift to you. So that sets the scene as we begin this month. It's bubbly, it's interactive, it's sociable. Your skills as a relator are definitely going to be heightened. And when you're on form, Leo, there's no sign like yours that can draw magic to you. You just have that innate ability to really connect to people in a way that they will follow your lead. So really exciting. And then on the 3rd, Mercury moves to join up with the other 3 players in Gemini. It moves into its home sign of Gemini, but it also merges with Jupiter. If you're having a meeting on the 3rd particularly, and that meeting is discussing something to do with a marketing situation or a business matter, this could be a very, very productive day. But I want to assure you that Jupiter and Pluto are going to be broadly in touch through the first 11 days of this month. So something's transforming in terms of your future direction, transforming in terms of your alliances, the friendships you have. You may have more confidence to be more daring when it comes to your professional situation. And there is a sense that there needs to be a change. And that old saying, a change is as good as a rest. But that brings us to the new moon of the 6th. New moons give us an opportunity to unify the energy of the sun, but also the moon. But let's be honest, the moon in Gemini is not its strongest position, because Gemini is very much about ideas. It can be a bit cool and detached. The moon needs emotion. So it's important not to be out of touch with your emotions. But in a broader sense, this new moon, because it is in a conjunction with Venus, suggests your popularity can really be on the up. But it's an interesting paradox, Leo, because as this month goes on, that is going to be potentially less important to you. But that brings us to the 9th. And the 9th sees Mars move into the sign of Taurus, replacing Mercury. But Mars in Taurus can be very single-minded. Should I even say bloody-minded? But for you, Mars moving to the very top of your solar horoscope, the 10th house, can imbue in you much greater confidence and a determination to be assertive. But it clashes immediately with Pluto. And in fact, week 2 is a big week because all that early, bright and very vivacious energy is challenged, not just by Mars moving into Taurus and clashing with Pluto, but also because the Sun and Venus come into a right angle with the restrictive energies of Saturn. However good your ideas are, however noble they may be, however well-meaning your friendships or alliances may be, what Saturn's going to do in week 2 is going to see some scrutinization of the hard and fast details. So for example, if you are developing a new business idea, you may talk to somebody who gets the excitement of what you're promoting, but they may see things in a slightly different way, a bit of a drier way. They're drilling down into the numbers, and that could at first sight seem a little bit of a challenge and maybe a bit demotivating. But because Mars moves on the 9th, that is going to give you a valuable amount of grit. And sometimes we have to dig in. And if we really want a goal or an ambition, particularly of a material kind, because the sign of Taurus can be about money, it can be about our self-worth, it can be about our values, but the 10th house is about neat ambition. But you may encounter someone with Pluto in that square who sees something very differently to you. There could be a little bit of a power battle. So charm can take you a long way, particularly at the start of this month, and that new moon is definitely valuable. But just be aware that the challenges are coming through Saturn and through Pluto, applying first to the Sun and Venus and then to Mars. But you know, you still get one final flourish with Mercury and Venus coming together between the 14th and the 16th in Gemini. Again, there's an opportunity for you to flex because the sign of Gemini is mutable. It gives you the chance to perhaps shift around things a little bit, see things in a different way, listen to people's feedback, perhaps respond to that in a fast manner. And that can still win the day. But you do have a massive change coming on the 17th. Venus and Mercury both move into your 12th house. And then on the 20th, we have the summer solstice. The summer solstice ushers in the sun's arrival in Cancer, again, the 12th house. 12th house energy is very much about withdrawal, reflection, healing. It can be to do with wanting to cocoon ourselves away, perhaps get time to think about what things have meant. So despite the enormously charismatic energies at the start of this month, you can see by week 2 there can be some challenges, but by the start of week 3 it could be you that wants to just step back and think about what all this means. Also on the 22nd we have a full moon in Capricorn. Now the moon in Capricorn is its weakest part of its cycle, but it's a very practical location, can be very much to do with money in terms of security, which is what the moon's interested in. But for you, what we have here is a 12th 6 opposition. The 12th house can be the people we need to deal with who won't necessarily show their opposition in an obvious way, those secret enemies that traditional astrology talks about. It can also be our own sensitivity about our vulnerabilities. It can also be, particularly I feel for the energy you have at the start of this month, a reminder to integrate the shadow side of your being, maybe the things that you're a little bit more uncertain about, perhaps your fears and anxieties, not to push them to one side, but bring them into you. And the moon will perhaps show in your physical health a bit of drop of energy if there are some worries shimmering away out of sight. But it is a full moon which is T-squared by that dreamy influence of Neptune that was so influential at the start of this month. If long-term finances continue to be a little bit of a worry or there is uncertainty around them, that can feed into some of the concerns and drop in of physical vitality you have towards the end of this month. Also Saturn, the planet of structure, goes into a retrograde for 20 weeks through to the 15th of November on the 29th. So for us all, Saturn goes through this retrograde each year, but for us all, it's going to rewind 7 degrees. Think of what you've learnt over the time that Saturn has been in Pisces. That began on March the 7th. You've probably learnt to be a bit thriftier in some ways, perhaps a bit more guarded about who you will interact with. Perhaps you've been taking your own business ideas more seriously. Perhaps you've rolled up your sleeves and you're really working hard in an area of life that you're really invested in. Could be a romantic relationship, it could be a business idea or a job you have. So Saturn slowing down just asks you to review some of the progress that you've made. But that full moon at the end of the month is in such stark contrast to the glittering, outgoing energy at the start of this month. I think you can really say that this is a month of two halves, rather like that sports metaphor. But we shouldn't underestimate the glory of those energies at the start of this month. It's just we need to know what they're about. There's so much Venusian energy at the start of this month, and Venus's rulership of Libra can not only be diplomatic, can be excellent if we're negotiating or creating an impression, a positive impression, but you just need to be aware that however strong your people skills are, however good your network is, however much fun you have socially, underneath that there are going to be some rugged points in the month where you're going to be asked some searching questions and be tested, but it doesn't mean to say you can't come through. But I feel that if you're very integrated around your health, so you're not hung up, that if you're feeling a bit low in vitality, that you're not aware that could be to do with unresolved griefs, perhaps the energy you've been picking up from other people has drained you somewhat. If you're able to just accept that that's part of the human state and not let your pride stop you from experiencing those emotions, actually by the end of this month, that cocooning away that you do can be really, really valuable, because it's really preparing you, all of this, for when the sun moves into your sign. And then it's going to be a time of enormous progress. So I feel there's going to be the first blush of something really significant at the start of this month, then a period of consolidation, thinking, perhaps withdrawal, maybe a time to get some good healing, some therapeutic treatments, look after yourself, have some spa days, just look at balancing your energy nicely, and you're going to burst back into fine form by the 3rd week of July. It's been a real pleasure being with you, Leo. I hope you have a great June. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it grow. And also check out my special offer astrology reports. They will give you searing insights into your future prospects and a much more intimate understanding of where you are now. I have natal, tropical options and draconic options available. 30% off. Please see the link below for more. Welcome Virgo to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the Ascendant, the Sun or the Moon. On the screen now I'm sharing the event chart right at the start of the month, which is going to provide a backdrop for the whole of June. It begins with Mercury, your ruler, having just moved over Uranus, the planet of surprises, as May came to a close. This creates a degree of excitement and electricity, but also it could see you feeling quite restless as you come into this new month. The big picture is that Uranus has been in this part of your situation since March 2019, full time, and been provoking you in some ways to look at things afresh, perhaps expand your horizons, be a bit more experimental. But this runs counter to another part of your nature which really likes a degree of structure, sometimes metronomically ordered. Now Pluto's been pushing you to review all of that since January the 21st this year and for 11 weeks last year. And perhaps this is going to be the month when you do decide to make some big changes. But certainly thinking about these options can give you a sense of freedom in itself. You don't necessarily have to action them, but if you do want to make some changes, it could be around your life role, the way you interact with the world at large, or perhaps to do with your ambitions. Now, the reason for that is that Jupiter, the planet of growth, optimism, but good fortune, is right at the top of your chart, nestled on the 10th solar house cusp. The planet that's most prominent in a chart will always be the most influential. Jupiter only visits this part of your situation once every 12 years. It can be about opportunity. Sometimes Jupiter can kid us into thinking that things will work out incredibly well, but we actually have to put the effort in as well. But what's going to help you through the first 11 days of this month, Virgo, is that Pluto, the planet of change and transformation, is linking very powerfully to Jupiter through the signs of Gemini and Aquarius for the first time in over 220 years. Now Pluto has been asking you to check out things like your exercise regime, your diet, your nutrition. Is that job that you do where you're very conscientious and committed and very efficient, is it actually something you're still enjoying in quite the way you were? If you're wanting to change something in quite a profound way in your life, perhaps entering more voluntary activities if you've finished work, interacting with your local community more, perhaps taking up a leadership role where your experience and knowledge can be applied to help others, that also can be an area that really can be an opportunity for you this month. But you can also see that the Sun and Venus are pretty close together, only 1 degree apart as this month begins. Venus in Gemini is quite flirty, to be honest. Jupiter in Gemini is detrimented, but it doesn't mean to say that you can't still work with it, because for you the 10th house is how people become much more conscious of what you have to offer, and it is therefore potentially about goals and ambitions and your career. So having the 2 planets of fortune, Jupiter and Venus, in this area along with the Sun suggests that your people skills is going to be important in order to elevate your profile. So it's not just about the knowledge you've got or the experience you've got. It is about connecting to people. Now, Mars, the planet of desire, is in a very close alliance with Chiron as this month begins. And one of the things that could be driving you along is if you don't really feel recognized in a financial context. But also the 8th house can be where we get up close and personal. It can be about intimacy. And you can see that Chiron's very close to Mars. But also in your 7th house, very much to do with relating, we have the shimmering conjunction between Neptune and the Moon. It could be that someone's going to really capture your imagination this month. But stern Saturn has been asking quite a lot of questions of your approach to relationships since March 2023. There may have been some disappointments, maybe even an ending around a friendship, perhaps a relationship with a colleague, or even in a personal context. But if we work with Saturn, it can reward us. So Saturn can be your sentry in a way this month, Virgo. Just asking you to keep your guard up a little bit, because there are going to be some opportunities coming through the sheer force of your personality. So your sense of humour is often very dry and very quick, and that can be something that can connect you to people. But that combination of Neptune and the Moon also link very positively to Jupiter. So your ability to listen, be sensitive to what other people want from you, and lean into their needs is going to be very, very helpful to you. But the raw passion of Mars could mean that you might get a little bit impatient as the month goes on if you don't really feel that you're being recognized for all the virtue that you've invested. But let's go back to the start of the month, because your ruler Mercury is going to move forwards pretty quickly, and by the 3rd it unites with Jupiter. But as it does, Jupiter is aligning with Pluto exactly. It's probably one of the most powerful days of the whole of this year. I know a lot of people were talking about the 20th, 21st with Jupiter and Uranus. This is right up there, because the transformational energies of Pluto with the growth factor of Gemini, particularly because Gemini, Venus and the Sun are in the sign of everyday communication, this is a great opportunity for you to send that CV, do that presentation, rebuild your website, launch a new product, connect with influential players, join a business club or associates that your personality and your skills can be merged together in a way which will make them more aware of what you've got to offer. Now on the 6th, the new moon also embraces the energy of Venus. So for the following month, it may be a case of who as much as what you know. Important connections professionally, for sure. But if you're someone who does want to help others, the benevolence of Jupiter in the 10th house may see you working in your local food bank, or perhaps volunteering to encourage youngsters with a sports team. Anything where your knowledge and experience can shine through is definitely going to be helped by the charm of Venus. But also remember, Venus is about money. So this could be a key time, this particular new moon, to improve the financial and practical and tangible parts of your existence. But on the 9th, that impatience of Mars starts to show itself. But not before from the 5th through to the 12th, that as the Sun and Venus move forwards, they come into a 10th right angle with Saturn. Saturn in your 7th house. And as I said, Saturn can be your guardian this month. Someone could be very charming that you encounter at the start of this month, so that energy can come from outside, and you may actually find them very compelling, very good company to be with. But Saturn's asking you to really tease out what their motives are, or also what they're offering you in a hard and fast way. If someone's being a bit airy-fairy, or really laying on the charm to such a degree that it's almost making you feel a bit uneasy, you would be right to be cautious. But then on the 9th, as Mars makes its way into Taurus, This is very much to do with improving your financial situation, but for you, because it's the ninth house, it may see you want to be more speculative, maybe even a bit more risk-taking. Now, we know that a lot of people are trying different things these days. You hear the saying side hustle. Some people want to trade on sort of markets or work with digital currencies, and all these things, if you really have the time to study them and work with them, have their qualities, I'm sure. But Pluto squares with Mars, so in the latter part of the second week of this month, on the back of the Sun and Venus's stern and very limiting right angle to Saturn, we have a clash, a potential clash of wills. Or is it a clash within yourself? The thing that Uranus has been pushing you to do in recent years is to be more experimental. You may have done some things, but there may still be part of you that wants to stick with what you're familiar with. But maybe it's starting now to actually affect your morale in some ways. If you really feel caged in and trapped, Mars moving into this right angle with Pluto could see you have some inner turmoil, trying to work out exactly what you should do. Fortunately, your ruler Mercury and Venus align between the 14th and the 16th in a way which means that someone can give you some information. They may give you some guidance. They may even give you a motivational chat. But what they tell you can be very, very important and help you to see things in a clearer way. Also on the 20th, we have the summer solstice. The Sun moves into Cancer to join up with Venus and Mercury. What a collective. The next 13 weeks really give you a chance, not just to sparkle in terms of your acumen, experience and knowledge, but also sparkle in terms of your social situation. And because Mars is in the ninth house, there may be part of you that actually really wants to be much more rebellious. You could push back at your normal inclination to cover other people's work. If someone wants a day off, yeah, I'll do your role, not a problem. I'll do that overtime. These kind of things, Mars in the ninth house can see you much more resistant to. And because of that, summer solstice and Venus and Mercury being in the mix, a much more playful part of your nature needs to manifest itself. But we do see an immediate challenge when the moon goes opposite the Sun on the 22nd in the sign of Capricorn. The moon in Capricorn is its least favourite sign, to be honest. It's quite cool here, but for you this is the 5th and 11th houses competing. And it's possible that more than one person wants a bit of your time. So you can be much in demand, which is very flattering, but what is the right thing to pursue? Because the position of the Sun, Venus and Mercury is very much about the collective, the social situation. The 5th house of the moon is what you need from it as an individual. If you're someone who is in a relationship, you may want to spend more time socialising or pursuing your own personal hobbies. If you're not in a relationship, there could be someone in your social scene or group who starts to take on greater importance for you. But Neptune, the planet that was so important at the start of this month, in its drifting, dreamy combination with the moon, it T-squares this particular full moon, and that can create some distortion. Whatever you're told or whatever you're considering or speculating about as this month comes to a close, I wouldn't make any hasty decisions. Fortunately, and particularly around relationships, Saturn slams on the brakes. Don't see Saturn retrograde as being something that can only cause problems. All it's going to do is ask you to recheck something that you've already learnt over the time since Saturn moved into Pisces in March 2023. If you recall, it got up to 7 degrees before winding all the way back to naught. Now, on this 20-week retrograde period, it's also going to retrace its steps by 7 degrees from 19 to 12 degrees. But it just will ask you some questions because Saturn is about boundaries. It can be about limitation, of course, it can be cool, but it's also about karma. So retracing its steps just on the back of this particular full moon, which can be very sociable, is just saying whoever you decide to link with, and however much time you decide to give them, and remember Saturn rules time, make sure it's really right for you. It's not being selfish, but it is making sure that you're being single-minded. So the energy of others can be very charming, and as I say, a lot of people may want a piece of you as this month draws to a close, but ensure that it is right for you. That's really the message as this month comes to a close. So it's an awesome month, Virgo, for you. If you do want to raise your profile, apply for that job, go through that change or transformation that's been calling out for you for some time. If it is your own inner reticence that's stopping you go for something, the tension point really will be the 9th. But there is a chance to use your personality power to the absolute maximum this month. It could be good for you financially. It is important to be sincere, however, particularly as Saturn clashes with the Sun and Venus in week 2. Remember, Venus does rule Taurus, but it also rules Libra. Through Libra, it can be very affable, diplomatic, very presentational, but a little bit synthetic. So if there is something that you're saying you can achieve within a particular role or a service or a product, it is really important that you can follow up on that and actually deliver. But the last week of this month is very much a time to enjoy being more playful, having some time out and really connecting with people. It's just about choosing the right ones. I hope you have a great month, Virgo, in June. Please sub to help grow my channel if you've yet to do so. And if you'd like to ascend above this zodiac forecast and embrace the value of more serious astrology, if you give me 3 pieces of birth data of time, date and place of birth, I can produce for you your life roadmap report, but also your 12-month transits report. And it's 30% off. But if you know your tropical astrology, why not check out my draconic reports? These help you to understand the karmic, the soul elements of what you brought into this life and how you've evolved with your natal tropical astrology. It really is gripping stuff. 30% off those as well. Please see the link below for more. Welcome, Libra, to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024. For the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now, I'm showing the event chart as the month begins. This provides some vital information to guide us. Now, we always need to be mindful of each zodiac sign's ruler. So Venus, your ruler, is in a glorious alliance with the sun as this month begins. You can see there's only 1 degree between them. And over the first 2 weeks, they're within 3 degrees. Now that's really, really powerful. Also, Venus is going to inform the new moon on the 6th. We've had a lot of challenging lunations in recent years. A lot of them have seemed to have been affected by Uranus or Saturn. But this one gives a real sense of uplift. But let's think about the host. The host is Gemini, which of course is an air sign like you. But there's another connection to your sign, because look at the position of the sun. It's 11 degrees. Therefore, it's just moved into the 2nd decan of the sign of Gemini, which is subruled by Venus. So there's a very Venusian vibe as this month begins. The 9th house can be about long distance travel. It can be about opening up our horizons. Can be about higher education, philosophy. But of course it can also be about vacations. And Venus, through its rulership of your sign, is about relating, but the rulership of Venus through Taurus is about money. So how do we interpret the blend of the Sun and Venus at the start of this month? Well, I think your innate ability to relate to people is really going to be very potent. But the 9th house is where we need to be very open-minded about who we can connect to. Now, if you are someone who's going to be traveling somewhere, it could be a very exciting opportunity. You may find yourself absorbing yourself, immersing yourself in all the cultural and historical elements of that particular destination. If you're really into the arts, if it's a city break, you're going to want to check out some galleries or perhaps go to see some shows. If you're sticking nearer to home, you can still change things up. Venus, of course, can be very much to do with the decorative side of life. Maybe you need to create more space. The ninth house, very Sagittarian, likes a degree of room. So you can declutter or do something that's to do with recasting the colours and textures and tones in your abode. But let's also look at the role of Jupiter. Jupiter, like Venus, is the planet of fortune. Venus, the lesser, and Jupiter, the greater benefics in traditional astrology. Jupiter has moved into Gemini for the first time in 12 years. And of course, Jupiter in the ninth house has that very Sagittarian feel. In a technical sense, Jupiter, as you may know, in Gemini is detrimented. But whatever sign a planet is in, and whatever sign, there is always an upside and a more challenging side of that influence. The upside of having Jupiter in your ninth house is definitely a desire to explore. If you're someone who's interested in languages or history or genealogy, this can be such a powerful start to this month because Jupiter's linking to Pluto, the planet of change, for the first 11 days for the first time across these two zodiac signs for over 200 years. Now, with Pluto in Aquarius, another air sign like you, that's your fifth house. That's where you can showcase your creativity, your passion, but also the warmth of your nature. But Pluto can also uncover things, and its link with Jupiter is so potent, and it becomes exact on the 3rd, and that can be a critical day. But it can be a critical day for a number of reasons. Because Mercury, the planet of communication and the ruler of the sign of Gemini, is going to arrive in Gemini on the 3rd and merge with Jupiter, just as Jupiter's forging that exact trine, the most enabling of angles between two planets in astrology. So if your desire is to freshen up your world, be more spontaneous, take some time out, go on that break, whether it's for a few days, a few nights, or something longer, or you want to engage in a new interest or hobby, it would be very stimulating. But certainly around relationships, which of course your ruler is very much about, what you're after is truth. And that's an interesting one because what we can have in the ninth house is the potential, particularly with Jupiter there, for exaggeration. And this is what I mean. We can't just say because Jupiter is the planet of fortune that everything is going to be amazing over the next year because Jupiter's in your ninth house. Jupiter's not a planet that rewards us for just thinking it's going to be great. We can set our intentions. That's very good, very positive, very Jupiterian, but we have to back it up with hard work and application. So if you did want to travel somewhere, you did want to go on a higher educational course or a refresher course through your work, knowledge, and you're really prepared to roll your sleeves up, you will get a reward, but it might not necessarily be straight away, although it could be. And that's because I feel that with Venus and the Sun, it's more like a culminating energy. With Jupiter, this is quite fresh. It's only just arrived. We will see, but certainly when Mercury moves to join Jupiter and angles to Pluto on the 3rd, that can be a great opportunity to discuss something, sign a contract, reach out to someone in publishing, certainly inform people of your knowledge base. If you are someone who's really interested in foreign languages, for example, learning a musical instrument, launching a new enterprise which is completely fresh and different but has maybe an artistic or creative dimension to it, certainly a very positive start to the month. But just before Mercury moves, it is being influenced very strongly by the electric but potentially disruptive energies of Uranus. But that's in the 8th house. In terms of shared finance or a business opportunity, definitely a great time to be very, very open-minded about how you can take forward a potential idea. The 8th house asks us to dig down deep to understand what the true machinations are. So if you can do that, but present the information in a very compelling and persuasive way with all those planets in the air communicational sign of Gemini, all well and good. But you also have Mars, the planet of passion, in your 7th house as this month begins. Mars in the 7th house, as I've mentioned before, is not such an easy influence to have in a natal chart if we want peace and tranquility in relationship, but it certainly can help us to protect ourselves, be a bit feistier about our boundaries, but it is close to Chiron. I think it's important with Mars there not to be so guarded or even so avaricious that that's actually because at some level we feel quite vulnerable. So when it comes to relationships, I think natural justice, the 9th house, being truthful is important, and that is going to demonstrate itself in week 2 of this month. But the other thing to tell you about is Saturn continues its journey in the 6th house, very much about obligations, responsibilities, the details, and also your physical health. But the Moon and Neptune are there as well. You can be a very giving person, Libra, and have certainly sacrificed a lot of your time and energy to others since 2012. It's important with that combination that you don't get too caught up in being a people pleaser. That can be part of your nature. Mars protects you to some degree. Someone did write in and said under a video, well, I'm not the kind of Libra that does sacrifice my boundaries very easily. Well, I thought that was absolutely terrific. It means that that person who was saying they had a very successful relationship, their report or their experience was very positive. They'd learned lessons early on in terms of protecting their boundaries, and that will be all sewn into their natal chart. But if you have been someone who's had a lot of demands in terms of your work over the last few years, there is just a potential to be a bit too self-sacrificing with the Moon and Neptune so close together. So if someone's asking you to do something, use that energy of Mars to check out really what their reasoning is. So that gives you the picture right at the start of this month. That takes us then to Mercury moving on the 3rd. And on the 6th, the new moon. The new moon is conjunct Venus. A Venus new moon, it's really, really delicious, to be honest. This is a new moon that maybe we should try to celebrate doing something different. Maybe over the following month, particularly if our lives have been quite regulated by commitments and demands, to do something that's totally off the cuff. Like suddenly waking up and thinking, do you know, I'm going to go out into the countryside, I'm going to visit somewhere that's spectacularly scenic and beautiful, and I'm really going to enrich myself. I'm going to go to the seaside. I'm going to jet off for a weekend away, perhaps a city break. Those kind of things, the spontaneity which creates freedom will be very, very enriching. If you are single and you'd like to meet someone new, it's definitely good to be very open-minded about the type of person you may encounter. It's not so much that you will have cultural similarities, it's more if your values align. So someone who is very, very different in some ways, but actually very similar in others, could be just the tonic. It brings stimulation, and yet there's enough of a connection at another level to make it work. But on the 5th and through to the 12th, both the Sun and Venus start to square up to Saturn. And it really is quite a contrast to the energy that we had early in the month. And that's why I think it's important to caution against the fact that just because Jupiter changes signs, that everything is going to be honky-dory for every single member of every single zodiac sign, because that seems to be the message that a lot of people seem to propagate. So we need to be realistic. But certainly when Saturn in your 6th house is clashing with the Sun and Venus in your 9th, that desire of yours to break out, be more spontaneous, and just do something off the cuff could be conditioned by the real world responsibilities you have. So it may not be quite so easy to get that separation from those demands as you would like. Maybe it could be within yourself. You know, maybe you could feel a bit guilty if you decide to have a duvet day, for example, or you want to take some time off pretty quickly and don't want to give too much notice. You may find a boss or a colleague could be a bit narked about it. But then on the 9th, it's Mars's turn to shift, and it moves into the sign of Taurus. Now, Mars in Taurus is slower, really. It's more impulsive, and it's much more in the moment, of course, in the sign of Aries. In Taurus, it's thinking about the foundations. It's obviously thinking about money, can be thinking about food. And Mars is impatient. It wants it, and it wants it now. But Mars clashes with Pluto. So as much as Jupiter and Pluto is a magical alliance, Mars comes along, and we have one of astrology's most powerful right angles in terms of power battles. So for you, you have Pluto in your 5th house, about pleasure, joy, can be about romance, certainly about demonstrating your talents. But Mars in the 8th house wants you to get serious rewards, perhaps financially. If you feel you're not getting them, that can make you hugely frustrated. But the other area is that if you're wanting a bit more freedom in a relationship, that could cause some serious jealousy, possessiveness or control. All those energies can certainly come to the fore when Mars and Pluto are in a squabble. So some heavyweight tensions around the 9th through to the 12th. But we do have a delightful link between Mercury and your ruler Venus between the 14th and the 16th. And if you can get beyond the politics or work out a compromise, a classic Libran approach to the energies that have manifested through Saturn in week 2, then there could be a key moment around about the 14th to the 16th when you really can celebrate something. And maybe it's just meeting up with someone to enjoy a lovely meal, chatting about something, especially if you've both got broad interests. Maybe you're going to travel to see someone that you're fond of, make it a there and back, but it still can be very, very enjoyable. And if you are chattering about something, even flirting about something with someone, then those can be 2 days to really savour. But then on the 17th, Venus and Mercury move right to the top of your chart. But they're followed by the Sun on the 20th. And we have the summer solstice, ushering in cardinal quadrant 2. Cardinal quadrants is something you have an appreciation for because you're a cardinal sign. Cardinality is about action and leadership. We have Aries, we have Cancer, Libra and Capricorn. And each is triggered by the vernal equinox with Aries, the summer solstice with Cancer, the autumnal equinox with Libra, and of course the winter solstice with Capricorn. And they provide a 13-week period of opportunity. Now initially the energy in Cancer, the host, is about nurture. But for you, it's more about you nurturing your talent, your skills. Because having Saturn in the 6th house can see you so caught up in the process of just going through the details and being very efficient and getting things done that you're not necessarily looking up and outwards. So the 10th house is where you need to face out to your audience, whether it's competitors you need to battle with, whether it's a boss you need to capture the attention of, whether it's a new customer that you're hoping to receive a new deal from. The clustering of these three at that point is incredibly good for your sign. But of course it is a square to the first point of your sign, so it's not necessarily going to be without its challenges. You have to push yourself. And one of the things with that Venus-Jupiter energy at the start of the month is it could make you so happy with just chilling out that you don't actually get yourself moving. So that is a cautionary note. But I feel the 9th house, you will find that energy. But the 10th house is really asking you to move out of that part of your nature which is so attuned to listening, taking soundings, wondering about what people are thinking. Very skilled at interfacing in a public role, anything to do with marketing, public relations, front of house, hospitality, all those things that you're so gifted with. But is there something within your portfolio of talents that needs to be really brought to a much wider audience? And that's the big existential question that the planets are asking of you, in particular this year, because your ruler Venus is in the mix. The great thing about having Venus on the 10th house cusp, though, is your natural charm can certainly be very, very important to this process. But then on the 22nd, we get an immediate challenge because there's a full moon. Full moons are when the sun and the moon are in opposition. We can see it in the sky because the moon lights up. It's a luminary. It lights up the night sky. The sun lights up the day sky, the luminaries. But they're not on particularly good terms because the moon doesn't like being in Capricorn. It's in detriment. But what we've also got is Neptune in the mix, nearly nibbling into your 7th house cusp, but not quite. Like I said at the start of this, very much to do with sacrifice and being very available to support others. So when it comes to making a pitch for success, it could be that your emotional family or even your vulnerabilities could just be a little bit of a block from you really seizing the moment. But it's really down to you. And what Neptune is saying to you essentially is that don't start to drain yourself by analysing things in a more fearful way. Stay very cool. In a way, the moon in Capricorn can help us to stay cool and detached and stay pragmatic. And also Saturn's going to be a help to you as well, I feel, because it starts its retrograde on the 29th. We can analyse and slice up and dice up the annual retrogrades in all sorts of different ways. Essentially what Saturn's going to do is retrace his steps for 7 degrees, but he did that last year as well. He went from 0 to 7 and nearly back to 0 again, and this year he's going from 19 to 12. But because it's that 6th house where that position of Neptune is involved in that T-square with the full moon, Saturn's basically saying, look, you do need to look at the big picture in the last week of this month. But it is also important to recognise some of the skills that you've learned and the discipline you've shown in going through the processes, particularly since March 2023, when Saturn moved into Pisces. Before then, from 2012, perhaps Neptune was seeing you do too much, being pulled in too many different directions. Saturn's asking you to get a bit more organised, make it come together. And if you can, use the retrograde to analyse your structures, make things that much more efficient, squeeze out of your daily routines anything that's distracting you, focus on the things that are really important, prioritise. That can be a chance to make that pitch for glory. But it is true that there may be home, emotional and family demands that could in some ways compete for your attention. So this month, to recap, Libra, is a month of extraordinary, even exquisite opportunities at the start of the month to shake things up, be more daring, more adventurous, to travel, to connect with the arts, to certainly connect to somebody who can make your heart soar if they, like you, are someone who really can connect in a very harmonising way, particularly through knowledge. But we need to be realistic, and you can see that Saturn and Pluto are essentially trying to keep us real. Yes, they are very difficult at times, but whether it's Pluto pushing you to demonstrate your flair or Saturn asking you to demonstrate that flair in some kind of workable format, they're actually in the engine room, but Venus and Jupiter are the outer performers. They're on the stage, and their dance and their performance can draw acclaim, but you need to be able to back it up by delivering, and that's really the story of this month. It's been a great pleasure being with you. I hope you have a great June. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it grow and do so now. And also, if you'd like to ascend above this zodiac forecast and embrace the power of more serious astrology. If you give me 3 pieces of personal birth data of time, date and place, or date and place if you don't know your time, I can produce for you your life roadmap report. This will give you searing insights into the patterns that have played out in your life so far, but a much more intimate understanding of how to work with those energies future forwards. 30% off. Also get your 12 months transit, the moving planets in the sky, interacting with your unique blueprint. Totally individual to you. Know your tropical natal astrology? What about your draconic? You can get the same package based on your soul, your karmic life journey. This is the energy you bring into the world when we're born. What did it say about you? How are you working with it? Please see below for more on both options. Welcome Scorpio to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now I'm sharing the event chart right at the start of the month. This gives us a lot of information and helps us to understand and decode what the likely prospects of this month will be for you. Now, we always need to be mindful of your 2 rulers. That's Mars traditional and Pluto modern. Let's look at Mars to begin with. It's in the 6th house, which is very much about physical vitality, can be about virtue, and Mars can be about action. So if you've got something you want to achieve that requires hard work and application, you've got it all together there. Mars is also pretty close to the wounded healer Chiron. Now, I don't feel that Chiron is per se to do with physical health. It's much more to do with a psychological equation between where we shine but where we don't get any plaudits back. But Mars being close to Chiron just cautions you not to overdo the effortless month, particularly if you're being quite self-sacrificing with others. Mars does need to do stuff for us, us individually, but you could do some good deeds with that combination. But also what you can do is use Mars's energy to perhaps make some changes on the home front, because with Pluto on that 4th house cusp until the very earliest part of September, when it retreats in its retrograde back into Capricorn, I feel that there is a shift going on within you, a very powerful shift since Pluto pitched up in Aquarius, firstly for 11 weeks last year and from the 21st of January this year. That transformation may be in your physical space where you're living, but it could be your connection with your family or the people that you're extremely close to. There could be some changes going on there. Pluto can weed out, root out what we no longer need, but can guide us in the direction of what we truly need. And because the 4th house can be about the physical but also the internal world, you may be thinking of moving or adapting where you live at the present time, or a big shift's going on in how you view life in general, how you view your connections to others. You're probably looking for very, very authentically close connections. But let's look up to the position of Jupiter, which arrived in Gemini for the first time in 12 years, across the 25th, 26th universal US of May. Jupiter is detrimented in the sign of Gemini, but that doesn't mean to say that Jupiter is not the biggest planet and the planet of fortune still. It just means that we need to be mindful of that. Jupiter can promise more than it can realistically deliver, but it also is about expansion, self-confidence, assuredness, and it can be about luck. But notice something else about that 8th house, Venus, the lesser benefits. So the 2 planets of fortune in traditional astrology are in the part of your situation in a practical sense, the 8th house of shared resources, investment, legacies, can be inheritances, but also can be to do with entrepreneurship. So you could be doing something around a property. It could be an improvement. You could be moving, trying to get your costs down on a rental. Perhaps you're wanting to declutter and by moving to a smaller property, downsize, create some surplus cash, but also you're just using the space you've got wisely, but you can release that cash to loved ones or dependents who may really be appreciative of your help to perhaps get on the housing ladder. But Venus in the mix also tells us it's not just about money, which Venus rules, it's also about relationships. And that's only 1 degree away from the Sun. So let's think about Gemini. Gemini can be very flirty, can be very charismatic, quick-witted. It's about communication. It's an air sign. So the chances are there's going to be a lot of chat through the first 2 weeks of this month about resources or about intimacy, because the 8th house can be where we get up close and personal. Is there somebody who's piquing your interest at this present time, Scorpio? You have a reputation of being the hottest member of the zodiac. If you're not currently in a relationship and it isn't something you're currently seeking, you may find that a bit hard to hear. But why do people say that Scorpio is hot? Well, I think it's because of Mars. Mars, your traditional ruler, is about instant gratification, but it's also about coming up against a challenge. If we connect, we can in some way transform, and that really is the metaphor of your sign. Transform. Mars and Pluto sometimes confront, but then transform, and they're going to be coming into a direct confrontation on the 9th of this month. But just before I tell you about that, if there has been someone who's been really showing up for you, the combination between Mercury, talk and thought, and Uranus, electric and surprising developments that peaked at the end of May, that's still very much to the fore as this month begins. So there may have been some kind of exciting electric connection, but equally, if you know your astrology, you'll know that one of the things we can want to do with Uranus is actually separate from something that's not working. So I feel there could be a paradox going on. You may want to separate if you're going through a very deep and personal period of transformation, and you may want to continue to explore that in a very private way. You may not be wanting to give people a running commentary. So if there is somebody who's a little bit too nosy in terms of wanting to know what's going on in terms of the intimate part of your life, that's the type of person you may want to keep a bit of a distance from. But don't be surprised, even if you're dead set on not getting close to someone, that someone does start to take a greater interest in you as this month goes on. But we have on the 3rd Mercury moving forwards out of Taurus and moving into Gemini, which it rules. Jupiter detrimented, Mercury the sole domiciliary ruler. Mercury is quick. The 8th house, however, is much deeper. It's not so concerned with those fast conversations. It's always decoding at a deeper level. Who does that sound like? It sounds like you, because you're not necessarily taking in at face value what people are saying. You may be nodding and saying, I know what you mean, but you'll go away and you'll try to understand what they really mean. And that's what makes you so powerful and so interesting. But you know, someone could find your fascination very hard to resist, because Venus and the Sun within 1 degree and within 3 degrees through the first 2 weeks of this month suggests that if you are hankering to get close to someone, that may be something that you get pulled towards, but the key is, will it be the right situation or the right person? But with Mercury moving, it connects to Jupiter. If you are exploring a business situation, as they come into conjunction on the 3rd, that's really exciting. But both are linking back to Jupiter. This is a once in a lifetime aspect. It hasn't happened across these two signs since 2,220 years ago. So it's not going to be repeated again. So what can it tell us? Well, what Pluto in Aquarius is asking you to do is to be a bit more detached about understanding your emotions, but also try to have some dialogue, even if it's with yourself, but certainly with someone who can help you unpick what's going on with your deepest emotions. So if you find stuff coming up at the moment to do with your past, your family, people who've passed over, it wouldn't be a surprise. But Jupiter there suggests by working with that delicate information, you can ennoble yourself with much greater knowledge, because Jupiter is the planet of knowledge. It's also the planet of faith through its rulership of Pisces, and of course it can be lucky. So what about that luck? Well, you could benefit at this time from someone else's generosity. If you are in a relationship, your partner, through perhaps an inheritance or perhaps someone's gift or generosity, could bring something to you at this time, or it could be a business partnership. Something's cooking for you, Scorpio, and it is exciting. Could be personal, could be business, could be something that's shifting very deeply within you. What I would say, however, is that by the 6th, we have that new moon. The new moon, which is very, very close to Venus. If there is someone that you're fascinated with at the moment, and you are spending time with, it could get literally very passionate over the following month. But you're also going to find out a lot about yourself and what you really need, and just how invested 8th house or devoted 8th house, or how much you want to work at it, and that means risking revealing some of your vulnerabilities, 8th house, and that's going to be tested from the 5th to the 12th, because Venus and the Sun go into a square with Saturn, which is in your sector of romance. And Saturn's been asking some pretty tough questions since March the 7th, 2023, and also at the start of this month, because you do have the Moon and Neptune in that 5th house in a combination, a conjunction. It's a shimmering uncertainty, but mystery perhaps to someone that enters your orbit. But Saturn comes along and it's much more wanting to know what this is really about. It's going to be much more scrutinizing. Now, what could happen is, if you are in a relationship where one of you tends to be more frivolous with resources, the other person can really put their foot down and really make it clear that that's not acceptable. But the other thing that may happen is that as much as you can be really drawn to someone, and it can be such a mighty, spellbinding involvement, Saturn asks you to ask of yourself some very cold and cool questions. Is this person really right for me? On the other hand, if you're in a long-term relationship and it has got very heavy, possessive, controlling, jealousy is coming to the fore, all of that can boil up across those days as well. Then on the 9th, your ruler, your modern ruler, Mars, goes into your opposite sign. Now, I like Mars on the 7th house because I think it gives us more assertion, particularly on our boundaries. But Mars in the 7th house in a natal chart can make it difficult for people to give and take and let go of grievances. So if you've got a grievance, but particularly with someone you're close to, perhaps a family member, oh my word, that's really going to become totally hot in your thinking in the following week. And there could be a major discussion. And it's possible that something that you've put to one side over a long period of time, you're actually going to be much more to the fore in expressing how you feel. When Mars and Pluto, your two rulers, quarrel, everybody knows about it, to be honest. It's also possible that if there is somebody that you're getting close to and you really like them, but you're not really feeling they're tuning into you emotionally, you'll need to tell them, and tell them directly, and Mars will help you. So for the following 7 weeks, it could be more assertive, but if you need to compete at work, if you are someone who's in a cut and thrust industry or office or environment where you really need to keep your wits about you, Mars in Taurus can be good for focusing on getting the money in, but also watching your space and being proactive about defending your corner. But then we do have a little bit of a revision back onto Gemini, when from the 14th to the 16th, Venus and Mercury link together in your 8th house. If you have applied for some funding, investment, or you're waiting to get a decision on a mortgage offer or on a property rental, it could be really good news around those 2 days. But from this point on, Scorpio, the month really starts to change. Because although from the 17th to the 20th the Sun is squaring up to Neptune, which can create some extra distortion in terms of a deep relationship, the fact that Venus and Mercury move into your sister water sign of Cancer, followed by the Sun on the 20th, brings a paradigm shift. It's so much more open. I think the start of this month is really very scorpionic, to be honest. It's very intense. You will deal with it. You will gain from it. You will certainly be enriched from the experience of going through it. There could be something sensational that happens financially or in terms of a romantic relationship. But there also can be, you know, some harsh realities that call out around an ongoing tie. But then you could be in the mood to just break out and really have some escapism. And if you are someone who enjoys travel, you know, if you do have planets in Sagittarius, entirely possible, then that is the sign of travel, then it could be your opportunity to get out the travel brochures, book something up and head off. But even if that's not possible for you, a change of scene, a change of routine can be very appealing. You may need to be a bit more independent, even if you have met this super person that's really absolutely exhilarated you. You may still need to break out and just have some space to think about it all. Of course, the Sun moving into Cancer also ushers in, we have the summer solstice and cardinal quadrant 2, Western tropical astrology predicated on the seasons, from the spring equinox 13-week period through to now. Now we have the next 13 weeks, which is about security with Cancer and how we feel, but for you, you need to feel a bit freer. And if you're someone who tends to be sort of very much in your routines, and, you know, very, very focused on the things that you feel passionate about, that's very scorpionic. I'm very much like that, very focused on the things I'm passionate about. It really could be like a breath of fresh air to go and connect to some other people, talk about different things, just have a completely different experience. We do have the full moon, which occurs on the 22nd. It's in the stern sign of Capricorn in terms of the moon, because the moon there is detrimented, so the moon's chilled out. We're asked to discuss things carefully. For you, that of course is your third house, but the combination of the Sun, Mercury and Venus in the ninth house suggests you're wanting something big about your life to transform, but there may be a conversation you need to have with someone, perhaps someone close to you. Maybe you need to explain what's going on for you. But also Neptune T-squares that full moon and create that potential for illusion and delusion again. We always have to be mindful with Neptune. Yes, it can be magical and help us to trip the light fantastic with our imagination or embracing our spiritual dimension, but it can confuse details. And this third ninth house solar axis is very much about discussion. So if you're discussing something, make sure what you're discussing is based on what's absolutely factually correct. Then on the 29th, Saturn goes into a 20-week retrograde, rewinding 7 degrees through to the 15th of November. But Saturn in the 5th house retrograde, you know, Saturn and the 5th house is not known to be a bunch of laughs. But you can't change the fact that you're still going to get that happening every 29.5 years in terms of your Sun. Of course, that might not be true of your personal ascendant if you're not a Scorpio ascendant. However, what I feel that it can do is just make us much more aware that, yeah, you will have that pinch point in week 2 when something that seems very seductive, you may need to really see it for what it is. But Saturn is also a planet which can reward us. And if you have met someone this week and it's scintillating, you're excited, but there's been clashes, there's been sparks, don't write it off unless you're really, really sure it's not right for you. Because Saturn's suggesting in its retrograde that everything that's really worthwhile in life, we have to apply ourselves to. We have to really work at it and then we have to show that perspiration to get the golden prize. So something quite magical can manifest itself this month for sure, but you need to be canny. It's really interesting that your two rulers are so actively involved with falling out with each other on the 9th, but also seriously in linking so potently with other influences. But if something's transforming about where you live or your connection to your own inner world, it could be one of the most profound times you've ever known in your whole life. It's been a real pleasure being with you, Scorpio. I hope you have a great June. If you've yet to sub for my channel, please help it grow and do so now. And also, if you'd like to ascend above this zodiac forecast and embrace the power of real astrology, give me 3 pieces of birth data, time, date and place, or date and place if you don't know your time. I'll produce for you your life roadmap report. 30% off, you can get your 12 months transits, the moving planets in the sky, interacting with your totally unique blueprint, gain searing insights and a much more intimate understanding of what's going on for you at a much deeper level than just the sign of Scorpio. But also, if you know your tropical natal astrology, why not check out my Draconic package? This can really help you to gain so many insights into the karmic soul journey that you're on and the energy that you brought to this world. Again, same package, 30% off. Please see the link below for more. Welcome Sagittarius to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the Ascendant, the Sun or the Moon. On the screen now, I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the month. This is going to give us a backdrop for how things are going to start to unfold from the start of the month. You do have a collective of energy in your opposite sign of Gemini, which is an air sign, very much about communication, quick communication. You also have some energy in house 6, practicalities. Mercury is very aligned to Uranus, the planet of unpredictability. Mars is in its home sign of Aries in your 5th house. This is terrific for really turning up the volume on your talents, but it's very close to Chiron, so I need to share that with you. And then in Pisces, which is a very emotional sign and very sensitive for you, it's house 4, you've got Neptune and the Moon very close together, but also the strict, rather more austere energies of Saturn. But it is Jupiter, your ruler, that we start this month's story with. It's just on your 7th house cusp. The 7th house is how we connect to others, how we relate. The 1st house is how we manifest our individuality. So that's obviously based on this principle, your sign. So Gemini is opposite. So it's what you're hoping to achieve in your connections to others. But it doesn't have to be just in terms of romance. So Jupiter, let's think about your ruler. It's very much about what gives you that sense of optimism, positivity, a determination to expand, to learn, download knowledge, to explore, to be independent. And of course, in traditional astrology, it is the greater benefit. So it's the key planet of fortune in the zodiac. But you also have Venus in that sign, which is the lesser benefit, still very fortunate, because Venus actually rules or influences the 7th house. So in itself, that's very lucky. And the Sun is only 1 degree away from Venus, but it's in the 2nd decan of the sign of Gemini, which is sub-ruled by Venus. So as you go into this month, relationships is the big theme. But I don't want to trivialize it, to be honest, because I think that is going to be out there. Jupiter's in your 7th house. It's all got to be absolutely fantastic when it comes to love relationships, because love is actually, or romance I should say, is house 5. House 7 is where we have that nip and tuck between what we want as individuals, house 1, and what we're prepared to give and receive from others. But Jupiter there could give your confidence a big boost. And if you are someone who works in a role where you interact with the public, you're customer facing, or you're involved in human resources, then this could be a time of significant growth and possibility. Because having Venus so close to the Sun through the first 2 weeks of this month suggests that charm will get you everywhere. And there is that part of you that can be quite blunt, you know, particularly if you feel that people are blustering a little bit. But sometimes in life, it is best to approach things with a degree of care. Someone wrote under one of my videos recently, it's better to give a message coated with honey rather than vinegar, and I thought it was just absolutely brilliant. And that's really what the start of this month is about. There's an opportunity to make good connections with people, but you have to be mindful of what they need as well as what you want. And if you can reach an accord, a collaboration, a cooperation based on give and take, then definitely there is huge possibilities. But let's just consider the energy in the sign of Pisces, because that's very much about how you've been feeling about things. Saturn has brought a more sombering energy over the last year since it moved on March the 7th, 23. Neptune's been there since 212 and has created a lot of magic in that time, but also I feel some discontent, maybe some confusion or uncertainty about where to live, or there may have been the dissolving of certain emotional or family ties that weren't working. Saturn has come along in the last year and maybe have made it a little bit difficult around where you're living, either in terms of the cost or the physical environment, or perhaps it's more to do with just how you feel inside yourself. The fourth house is our inner emotional world. But as we start this month, the Moon and Neptune in Pisces are hypersensitive, but they are linking broadly with your ruler Jupiter in a very constructive way. If there is something that you want to articulate to someone that's more delicate, that's more sensitive, you can do so with aplomb. The one thing I would say about Jupiter, it is technically debilitated in Gemini. Why is that? Well, Jupiter's concerned with the big picture. Gemini is concerned with quick, instant exchanges. It's not so much about analysing things from a philosophical or higher spiritual viewpoint, which is Jupiter's rulership of Pisces. It's about having that buzz. You know, it really likes a lot of interaction speedily, and it's exciting, and it's essentially the sign of mixing and mingling. And there's something about what you're going to be manifesting this month that other people, particularly at the start of the month, are going to find very alluring and attractive. So if you are single, I can't promise that you're going to meet someone that's really going to be the love of your life, but if you do go out and interact with people, the chances of you connecting are definitely increased, and it could be with someone special. But we also need to be aware that Venus, through its rulership of Libra, can be very presentational, so it can be, you know, very good at saying the right things, but actually be a bit synthetic. So that's something to be mindful of. But also, as this month begins, Mars is in the sign of Aries, which, you know, if you really want to showcase your talents, this is going to give you a lot of extra vitality, but it's very, very close to Chiron. If it's your romantic life that you're really wanting to bring a spark to, don't cover up the wounds that you have too much. It's important to be authentic in life. And whilst, you know, we can say the right things and create a good, positive first impression, all really important, ultimately, it's very, very much the case that if meaningful relationships develop, it's when we're much more ourselves. But Mars will certainly give you added sex appeal for sure. But what about Mercury just coming to the end of its journey through the sign of Taurus? Well, it's very practical in that sign, but it has been cresting with Uranus, which happened towards the end of last month. So maybe all the unpredictable energy that's manifested itself since 2019 full time has created, you know, a lot of tension, a lot of changes. Maybe at times, you know, you would have preferred, even though you do appreciate change and a degree of excitement, there may have been times when you would have preferred things to be a bit more regular. But what Mercury and Uranus can do is create an electric connection, and in the sixth house you might suddenly see something that has been a block for you, perhaps in terms of the domestic part of your life, where suddenly there's a solution comes up. or maybe you may read something that gives you some insights about physical ailment that you've got, and that information can come quickly but actually be very valuable. But then that takes us to that 7th house. But what's linking into the 7th house? Well, Pluto. Pluto, the planet of transformation, is in a retrograde. In the early part of September, it inverts back into Capricorn. But at the start of this month, and for 11 days, it forges a once-in-a-lifetime for us all. The first time for 220 years that Pluto in Aquarius is linked to Jupiter in Gemini. They're both air signs. Jupiter is about the big picture, but I feel that Pluto, although it can be about things that are held secret, and it can be about the underworld and what we don't necessarily understand and know, for you it's the 3rd house, which is more obvious communication. And I think some of your ideas and belief systems are shifting. But that could be critical in terms of how you link with another person. So if there's somebody who enters your orbit through the first part of this month, it may not just be because you find them very attractive. It could be that you have a conversation and it's a meeting of minds, or critically a meeting of philosophies. So if you're someone who's very much the type of Sagittarius who likes to protect your independence, and yeah, you like to have the flings, but really it's about making sure that you can still experiment and be fluid and independent. You could be surprised if you have that connection with someone where you really are talking into those proverbial wee small hours, and the connection can be very profound. Look out for that. Also, Mercury moves on the 3rd, joining up with Jupiter. That combination is terrific for deals. You know, if you're talking to someone about a contract, it could be phenomenally lucky. And remember, talking is what air signs do. Pluto's talking about something that's really weighty. It's not so light and airy as, say, Gemini can be, to be honest. Pluto wants to talk about something that's affecting us all in a much more interactive way. It's about us as a collective. So your ideas, which are often, you know, Sagittarians, just, I've said this before, just never fail to amaze me how much knowledge they have. So it could be your knowledge that connects you. Now, it may be around a job, it could be around an interest, it may be around a social interaction, it could be around a love attraction. But finding that connection more than just the physical allure could make it something that starts to stick around. Now, Mercury moving into the 7th house is good because Mercury in the 6th can be a bit brittle, and if your nerves have been shredded recently or you found it hard to sleep, wouldn't be a surprise, particularly towards the end of May. But once Mercury moves into the 7th house, it chills out a little bit. If someone's got a different viewpoint, okay, you see it differently. Now, you have that potential in your nature, but sometimes obviously our passions can get in the way of that. But you could be a bit more detached, but it means the flow of information between how you see things or how another person sees things, or how you listen to what they're saying, becomes more acutely accurate. So there's more natural energetic exchanges going on. It's just flowing. The energy is flowing beautifully, and both are linking back to Pluto. So what's being said can mean something. But Venus is pretty close, as you can see, within 1 degree of the Sun as we begin this month. The Sun's just in the 2nd decan of Gemini, which is sub-ruled by Venus. So relationships are to the fore. If you're in a relationship and you get on really well with someone, but there isn't kind of that spark of excitement, that could be something that, even if in lots of ways, you know, you have commonalities, you help each other, it's given to, it could be that for you that feels more like a friendship. If you're looking for that spark, which sometimes comes from a challenge, that might not be so much what's going to evolve at the start of this month. I think what you're going to find at the start of this month is the potential to celebrate the things we have in common rather than focus on the things that make us different. New moon on the 6th is infused by the energy of Venus. So the next month could be a time when some really critical developments occur in your connections. But then from the 5th through to the 12th, the Sun and Venus start to have a quarrel with Saturn. Remember, at the start of the month, the Moon and Neptune so close together, very, very sensitive. But Saturn being in the 4th house is seeing you learn more about saying how you feel and being okay with that. But at the same time, sometimes it's difficult to assert ourselves with Saturn in 4 because there's another part of us that doesn't want the confrontation. Now, the great thing about all those energies in Gemini, chat, 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 but the 7th house, very Libran, is that you can chat, chat, chat in a diplomatic way. But Saturn comes along and says, look, this has to really feel right. And if it doesn't, even if someone's utterly charming, and as I said, perfectly pleasant to be with, but you don't really feel there's that spark, that pash, then Saturn can flag it from the 5th to the 12th. It could bring a weak relationship, even one that's been going on for some time, to an end. If you both kind of get to the point that, yeah, we get on all right, or we don't get on all right, but either way, there's not enough for us to really go forwards with. But actually, if we do break apart, let's try to do it as pleasantly as possible. And, you know, you often hear about people who come to the end of marriages and, you know, divide up the assets, walk around the house, decide on childcare, animals, all the rest of it. And then the lawyers get involved and it all gets really unpleasant. The great thing about the 7th house is it can sort of help us to come to that accord, that more peaceful position, Venus, the planet of peace. And if that's possible, why not? But then on the 9th, Mars moves out of your 5th house, just giving you lots of sex appeal, through to the 9th, and moves into the 6th. That's very much about practicalities, the area that Uranus has been perhaps quite aggravating for you since 2019, but also pushing you to be more experimental and try different things, and also become much more aware that despite your love of freedom and the big picture and travel and being independent, actually some elements of life do need us to be applied, going through the processes and investing and being a bit more sacrificing. Mars comes along, it gives you more stamina, so you're going to feel stronger physically from the 9th, but Mars clashes with Pluto. The significance here is that the two rulers of Scorpio, which of course is a very intense sign. So what Mars does in the 6th house, in fact, it's less egotistic in a way than the 5th, which is more like a Leonian energy. In the 6th, it doesn't mind working hard, supporting others, lets go of our need to be the centre of attention. The problem is that it goes into a very intense right angle with Pluto in your sector of ideas. So you may find that even if you're wanting to pitch in and do your best, someone may have a different viewpoint on it, and that can actually really aggravate you, particularly if you have been trying to be very diplomatic about seeing into their situation. So some tensions are possible at the end of week 2 as well. But the 14th to the 16th sees Mercury and Venus come together in your opposite sign. If you do have a first date then, or on the new moon of the 6th, or on the 3rd, they're pretty brilliant times to have a first date. I just don't want to be as trite as saying you're going to meet the love of your life, because I feel it's unkind. You know, who knows? But it's certainly increasing your opportunities if you seize the chance to connect to people. But the connections don't have to be just romantic, remember. But the 17th sees Venus and Mercury move deep. They go into house 8. Now, Mercury in house 8 is much less concerned with what people are saying, being utterly decorous and choosing their words carefully and not wanting to upset the apple cart, keeping that sense of balance and equilibrium. Mercury in 8th wants to know what they really mean, decode it. Venus in 8th gets quite hot. It wants the sensual vibe, wants that intimacy, or it wants the loot. If you are a business person, this combination is good for you. Some fortune can come your way financially. Could be linked to someone you're very close to as well. The Sun moves on the 20th on the summer solstice into Cancer, triggering cardinal quadrant 2, the next 13-week period of the year. Cancer, of course, is very much about stability, security, our home, our emotion, our family, but how we react to things. But for you, House 8 is very transformational. It's deep, very passionate. But then on the 22nd, a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. Capricorn moon is not the moon's favourite spot. It's detrimented, but it's house 2 for you, everyday money. Everyday money has to work with your longer term financial picture, but there's a lot of potential for some growth even with this full moon. The only thing to tell you about that could be a niggle is that the position of Neptune T-squares the full moon, and remember Neptune could distort. So if you're talking about a contract or buying and selling anything, make sure it's all nailed down as clear as possible. 29th, Saturn goes retrograde through 20 weeks, 15th of November, inverses 7 degrees. If you recall, moved into Pisces last March, moved up to 7, inverted back nearly to naught. It was naught, but not naught. So that 7 degrees rewind's happening again. What will it mean? Well, again, it's asking you to keep working at accepting that you're an emotional being, that we all need shelter, we all need to have a degree of stability at the root of our lives. Even if you are someone who gets a great buzz from being an international traveller or a business tycoon or someone who does some daring sports, we all have to lay our heads somewhere, and that shelter and that nurture is important to charge us up for us to go back out into that competitive environment that the world is in a way that we can deal with. So Saturn retreating there may mean some more home changes, improvements, repairs, do it yourself, maybe some changes around the family dynamic, but essentially it's continuing to get you more used to the fact that it's okay to have emotions. Because what my experience of Sagittarians is that Sagittarians have knockbacks, dust themselves down. Your natural inclination to bounce back and be positive, Jupiter, gets you going for the next exciting new target, but without working the emotional stuff out enough, which then starts to build up in you, both psychologically and physically. And that then creates a lag, which creates problems. So for Sagittarius, it's important to try and stay with the emotions and not push that away. You're like cramping your style. I need to be free. Give me space. So if you can stick with it, obviously Saturn's moving in 25 for a while into Aries before the final flourish in Pisces. But if you can stick with it, you're going to emerge from Saturn's journey through Pisces with so much wisdom and so much more rootedness at the bottom of your life that can be really, really good for you. So this is a month definitely that starts off with some gorgeous opportunities to connect with other people, but it is going to be a process that requires some give and take, sharpening up listening skills, being diplomatic, celebrating what we share in common, not just highlighting what makes us different. But if there are some emotional sticking points, Saturn will reveal them at the end of week 2. If your desire to be a bit more earnest or work in a different way with Mars moving into Taurus doesn't quite agree with someone else's viewpoint, there could be a really quite substantial clash at the end of week 2. But you can still forge some very important, you can have some very important dialogue, very important exchanges, some very flirty ones. You can meet some lovely people, but by the end of the month, it's all about the deeper part of life. It's where you're really heading, where you're transforming in a way that goes beyond words. It's really deep within you, and you're going to discover what's really going to endure from those early connections in the month, or what will make way because it wasn't right enough for you. It's been a real pleasure being with you, Sagittarius. Have a great June. If you've yet to sub to my channel, please help it grow and do so now. And please also check out my special astrology reports. If you'd like to ascend above zodiac astrology, 3 pieces of information, 2 if you don't know your time. I can tell you so much about yourself with your life roadmap report, help you to understand the patterns that you've faced in your life, but also can show how the planets are moving in the sky, interacting with your unique blueprint, and how that can help you to plan that time ahead. But also, if you know your tropical astrology well, why not check out my draconic charts, the soul, your karmic energy you bring into this world. Same package, 30% off. Please see the link below for more. Capricorn, your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now, I'm sharing the event chart right at the start of the month, which gives us a lot of information. We need to be mindful of the role of your ruler. Saturn continues in the sign of Pisces. Pisces is a water sign. It's shimmering, it's mystical, it can be to do with healing, but for you the third house is everyday communication. If you have encountered some inhibitions in your connections to people over the last year, it might be because you need to bring into play those more feeling energies that Pisces presents. And because Saturn can be quite cautious, perhaps at times you've not quite known how to respond to certain interactions. Now Neptune, the planet of dreams, which rules the sign of Pisces, forges a brilliant link at the start of this month to the other co-ruler of Pisces, Jupiter. But Neptune's right on the fourth house cusp, suggesting it's going to be particularly influential for you this month. So essentially, and particularly as it's very close to the moon, it's important that you do use your imagination, but you're not fearful about embracing the more spiritual or psychological dimension. That said, Jupiter is back in the sign of Gemini for the first time in 12 years. Jupiter's about expansion, but it can be about good fortune. But the sixth house, Gemini for you, a communicational sign, is very much about life's practicalities, but it can also be about obligations and responsibilities, but critically work. But I want you to look at the position of Pluto. Pluto's at 1 degrees and 54. That's angling in a near perfect link to Jupiter. Jupiter's at 1 degree and 24 in the sign of Gemini. Now both are in air signs, so the more conversation you have about money, Pluto, your self-worth, your value, Pluto, with Jupiter, where you can apply those qualities, perhaps through your work, perhaps through your own business, perhaps through squeezing more from the resources you already have. So in other words, being more imaginative about marshalling those resources more efficiently and using the growth energy of Jupiter in a very dynamic way, can see you coming into this new month suddenly making things work for you more efficiently. Now, of course, because you are usually a very, very hard-working sign, you're never usually lacking in application. But what you also have at the start of this month, Capricorn, is some inspiration coming from Mercury's connection to Uranus. Uranus, full-time since March 2019, has been giving you an enormous amount of encouragement to break free from any self-limiting thinking, or perhaps the conditioning that was put into you when you were very young, to be very dutiful, to be very hardworking. They're great qualities, but not if it's pulverizing our passion. So Uranus is asking you in this conjunction with Mercury, which peaked at the end of last month, as you come into this month, to keep having the confidence to experiment. That will be very positive for you. Now, it's also important to be mindful of the other players in the sign of Gemini, very close to Jupiter, not least, of course, the Sun. The Sun's at the heart of all our existences, and it's just at 11 degrees in the sign of Gemini. But that's into the second decan of that sign, sub-ruled by Venus. Venus can be about money, but it also can be about relationships. And Venus itself is only 1 degree away from the Sun. In fact, they're going to be aligning through the first 2 weeks of this month within 3 degrees, and also coalescing around the new moon of the 6th of June. What this means is, in any situation that you find yourself, if you can work on the people aspect, it will be very positive for you. So if you apply for a job, you've got these sparkling ideas, you've got this immense experience, a lot of skills, but it's how you interact with your colleagues that actually is probably going to be just as important. So Venus and the Sun, along with the more buoyant energies of Jupiter, are giving you an enormous opportunity at the start of this month to make a part of your life work better. Now, it could be through employment, that's the 6th house, but the 6th house can also be about things like diet, fitness, can also be about our love of pets. So with Venus so much in the picture, if you did get yourself a new pet over the next 4 weeks, the chances are this is going to be a very loved addition to the family. But seriously, Jupiter's about growth, but the 6th house asks us to work with the details. And Jupiter is also detrimented in the sign of Gemini. Gemini likes quick communications. Jupiter likes the big picture. So here it's being asked to engage in a faster way than it's used to. But in the 6th house, very Virgoan, if you can use that communication and that desire to improve things in a very practical way, something can grow and improve for you. Not just this month, but over the next year too. So if you have been battling low vitality or some chronic health conditions, Jupiter can be very, very helpful to you over this next year. And I really hope you see an improvement if so. We just need to be mindful of house 4. That's very much to do with our home and emotion. Because Mars is there, this could still see you pretty busy making some changes. It's very close to Chiron. Chiron in the 4th house is very tender. If there is someone in your family or close to you that you tend to be very supportive to, but you don't feel that you get very much back, Mars could see you steam over with frustration. The problem with Chiron is that even if we are deserving of something more, sometimes it just doesn't actually materialize. One of the best ways to work with Chiron is to choke off our expectation of getting anything back. But if there is something you want to work on around your emotional health, Mars being close to Chiron can see you proactive in that regard. So that gives you the background as we come into this month. But on the 3rd, Mercury moves to Gemini. It rules this sign, so it's going to really sparkle in its presence here, but it immediately links with Jupiter. If you are having an interview on the 3rd, or meeting someone influential, or you're offering a service, the chances are that you can articulate that with enthusiasm and sparkle. But also the pair of them link back to Pluto exactly. The 3rd of June is probably one of the most influential days of this whole year, because Pluto and Jupiter have not aligned through these 2 air signs for over 220 years. Because Pluto is pushing you to work at reforming your income, or reforming your consumption of resources, or reforming your sense of self-worth, it could be by being perhaps a little bit more virtuous, which is kind of anti-Jupiterian energy. Jupiter likes to indulge to the max, but actually if you can be quite self-disciplined and work in that very structured way that you're so good at doing, you can balance Jupiter's energy out, not have overblown expectations of what he can bring for you, and actually this can be a very, very potent and helpful influence. And it's going to really provide a backdrop for the first 11 days of this month. But then on the 6th, we have that new moon. And as I mentioned, very close to Venus. If you are a lover of animals, this could be a wonderful time to spend time with your favoured pet, or to get that new addition. But the 6th house can also be around our colleagues, and there may be someone that you're really chiming with at this time. It doesn't have to be romantic, but if you are socialising more, that actually can be something you really enjoy. But also the 6th house is representative of aunts and uncles. If you're pretty fond of someone who's a member of your extended family like that, you may want to spend more time with them at that moment. But from the 5th to the 12th, this is when your ruler starts to make its presence really felt, because Saturn squares up with both the Sun and also Venus. Saturn in the 3rd house is wanting you to be very efficient about your thoughts, but also your use of your energy. The 6th house wants you to be a bit more virtuous. The truth is, we can't necessarily pack in everything we want to achieve, so it's going to be important across those days to prioritize. Because with Jupiter in the mix, the potential to bite off more than we can really proverbially chew is going to be strong. So if there are things that you want to approach and you're feeling really enthusiastic about them, that's good, but don't try to do too much. Now on the 9th, Mars, the planet of passion, of drive and individuality, moves into your 5th house. Now Mars going through the 5th house is about as good as it gets, because the 5th house is about our sex appeal. It's very Leonian, so it's very much about glowing up your personality and charisma. And over the next 6 weeks, if you do want to interact with people in a more social way, that certainly will be a help to you. However, Mars goes into an instant square with Pluto. Mars is very impatient, potentially. Pluto is very much about that power, but not always power that's shown obviously. In terms of the overall zodiac, Pluto in the 11th house is asking us to think about how we connect and also our higher values. For you in house 2, it's about everyday money, and Mars in 5 could be about risk and speculation. It's not the best of times to be too free and easy with your resources. Now, because you can be pretty cautious, maybe it's someone close to you that wants to be more speculative, and you may find you're saying, look, this isn't necessarily the best idea, and that could create some tensions over the following few days. But between the 14th and the 16th, Venus and Mercury come together in your 6th house. And because Mercury governs the 6th house, very Virgoan, your appreciation of detail, but your delivery of the message with a good slice of personality is something that someone could find compelling, particularly if you're having a discussion that day. But the 17th sees Venus and Mercury move into your 7th house. Now, I've got to be truthful with you, this is absolutely magical, because Mercury in the 6th house can be a bit of a brittle influence. It can be a bit tense. And Mercury moving into the 7th house makes it easier to be a bit more detached. So if people see things differently to us, it's like, okay, that's their opinion, it's not mine, that's fine. 6th house, it can be irritating if someone doesn't see the details that were important to you. Now, Venus moving into the 7th house is one of its best transitions of the whole year, because Venus rules the 7th house in astrology. So this brings a more harmonizing and more equilibrium building momentum into the month. And that's not to say that things will be entirely jagged, with Saturn squaring up with Venus and the Sun, or Pluto squaring up with Mars, but if there has been some cross words, this will be like a healing balm. But there's more, Capricorn, because on the 20th we have the summer solstice. The summer solstice ushers in cardinal quadrant 2, Western tropical astrology based on the seasons. This is a 13-week period which for you is going to be a critical phase for relationships, but particularly over the first 4 weeks. Now, the Sun moving into the 7th house is also good for setting your boundaries, whereas Venus can be charming, keen to please, wanting to find those points of agreement and consensus. Mercury, fine, let's just talk it over. The Sun can be firmer. The Sun wants us to get what we need, but it can also give us an opportunity to connect to others and understand what they need. But it's such a sweet set of influences at this stage. And I have to say, with Mars in your 5th house, which is very much about you showcasing what makes you very alluring, the 7th house is how you relate. That's a fine mix if you are wanting to evolve your relationship sector as this month goes on. but on the 22nd we have a full moon in your sign. Did you know the moon in Capricorn is detrimented? Therefore, the moon is at the weakest point of its whole journey. And what we're getting here essentially is the sun wants you to focus on what you can achieve in a connecting way. The moon wants you to focus on what's right for you. And the moon in the first house can make us a little bit caught up in our needs. So there's an imbalance. Also, there's a further complication. Neptune, which I said at the start of the month would be the key planet for you because it's on that fourth house cusp, it T-squares this particular full moon. So things may be a little bit confused. If you're trying to talk something over, particularly around a relationship matter, it's possible that someone hears a completely different account from what you're actually intending them to hear. So with Saturn, your ruler, going retrograde on the 29th for 20 weeks to the 15th of November, choosing your words carefully will be very important at the end of this month. But I don't want to downplay what a glorious ending to June this can be. So I feel the big news story will focus on that new moon conjunct Venus on the 6th. Possibly with some astrologers, they will pick up on Jupiter's trine with Pluto. But don't underestimate for you personally in your solar situation that as this month goes on, the rich pickings really develop as the month draws to a close. And really, in a way, the moon being in your sign on that full moon is just a reminder that however much we like someone, however much we want to please people, however much it's nice not to rock the boat, however much it's nice to have equilibrium in our lives, not if it means giving away our autonomy or our agency or our power. So we can be too much of a people pleaser. There could be a little bit of that at the end of the month. So I actually feel the full moon is protective for you. It's making you conscious of where you need to stand in that own power and protect it. And remember, as I said, the sun can give you an opportunity to reinforce your boundaries. So in other words, say what you won't accept as well as what you will accept. But if you're wanting to forge some very constructive partnerships, maybe romantic, maybe business, maybe within a business you work for, there is a great opportunity to do that as this month comes to a close. I hope you have a wonderful June, Capricorn. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it grow by pressing that sub button. And also, if you want to ascend above this zodiac forecast and embrace the power of more serious astrology, if you give me 3 pieces of your personal birth data, or 2 if you don't know your time, of time, date and place of birth, I can produce for you your life roadmap report. This will give you searing insights into the patterns that are played out in your life so far, but also a much more intimate understanding of how to work with them. There's 30% off if you get my package with your 12-month forecast. That's the moving transits in the sky interacting with your unique natal map. Now, if you know your tropical astrology well, check out my draconic version, your soul, your karmic package. This is absolutely gripping. Discover what you brought into this world and how your tropical astrology helps you to evolve it. But understanding the roots of your being can open your perceptions to such a huge degree. Please see the link below for more. Welcome Aquarius to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart right at the start of the month. Now, we always need to be mindful of your 2 ruling planets, your traditional ruler of Saturn, your modern ruler of Uranus, but also any planet that's in your sign. And of course, that is Pluto. So let's start there. Pluto in Aquarius, it's in a retrograde now. It is going to be inverting back into Capricorn from the start of September. But for now, it continues to arouse within you the concept of evolution around your identity. Now, whether it's in a physical sense, in terms of your immediate environment, or in terms of what's going on deep within you, you may find that you are altering, and that altering is therefore changing who you're connecting with. The first house, though, is very, very potent. But we also just need to take a look at Saturn and Uranus. Saturn continues in your second solar house. It's asking you to also, along with Pluto's push to work on your identity, Saturn's asking you to work on your sense of self-worth and values. But Saturn is going to be going retrograde from the 29th of this month, and also is going to be highly influential in the second week of June, and I will explore that with you shortly. But also Uranus starts this month very close to Mercury, a planet that's exalted in Aquarius and of course rules the second decan of your sign. But Uranus has been in your fourth house full time since March 2019. If it's been a restless time in terms of where you live or family relationships, or at times you've needed more space personally, or at other times you've needed to be up close and personal, if there's been comings and goings around the family, or your own emotional world has seemed a little bit up and down, it wouldn't be a complete surprise. But Mercury's application to Uranus at the end of May certainly gave you a chance to see the change that's gone on within you over those years in a fresh light. And in fact, Mercury is going to say au revoir to Uranus and move into your fifth solar house, Gemini, which shares your air tropicity. And that's going to happen on the 3rd of this month. So that's really exciting for you. And the reason for that, Aquarius, is the fifth house is your sunshine part of your chart. It's where you can really glow up all that's magnificent about you, whether it's your individual talents, your creativity, your flair, your artistry, whether it's about your love of socializing, whether it's your sense of attractiveness and allure. Now, of course, Jupiter moved back into this sign last month, and for the first time in 12 years, therefore, Jupiter brings its potential for growth. Jupiter technically is debilitated in the sign of Gemini. Gemini likes quick communications. Jupiter's very much more concerned with the higher purpose, especially through its rulership of Pisces, but also about big knowledge through Sagittarius. So here, the important thing is that we don't rush our communications, but essentially Jupiter in your fifth house is really lovely, and it's going to be here for a year through to June the 9th, 2005. So it opens up a big window of opportunity. But the key is that Jupiter links back to Pluto. And this is the first time these two have connected across these two air signs in our lifetimes. It's not going to happen again in our lifetimes. The first time for 220 years. Let's think about the principles of Jupiter. Jupiter can be about optimism, can be about enthusiasm, can be about self-belief, confidence, can also be about travel, higher education, excitement, freedom, independence, a lot of lovely adjectives there. But also Gemini is about that communication. So your enthusiasm about your ideas, Gemini, are given a platform for you to be much more enriching in expressing the things that you really feel passionate about. Because in life, you know, sometimes we do have to go through quite a lot of quite everyday parts of our existences. This is a chance, a window at the start of this month to really pour radiance on what makes you special. One of the things that Aquarius people can struggle with a little bit, and of course it does depend on the roots of your life, you know, what the family structure was, how much encouragement you got. If you didn't get an enormous amount of encouragement to showcase your uniqueness, and in some ways your quirkiness, life may have at times felt a little lonely. So this is an opportunity to feel more at ease with the things that make you a little different, a little novel. If you had a lot of support with those things, then you're going to embrace this energy more easily, to be honest. But the 5th house can also be about children. If you have children close to you, their pursuits and activities are going to bring a lot of joy over the next year. If you'd like to bring a child into this world, this is a very good portent. And the reason, Aquarius, is that Venus is very close to Jupiter. Venus and Jupiter are the 2 planets of fortune. Having them in the 5th house, which is the part of your chart that's to do with chance, speculation and risk, it's all very, very positive. And also, of course, Venus is very, very close to the Sun. The Sun at 11 degrees is just in the 2nd decan of Gemini, which has a sub-rulership of Venus. Venus is an energy that's very much to do with our style. It can, in the 5th house, certainly be to do with our attractiveness, our sense of romanticism. It can be brilliant for expressing qualities around music or writing, or if you love to dance. There's going to be a lot of vibrancy at the start of this month to really enjoy. Now also, the 5th house can be about marriage. Now, marriage has different forms these days. It doesn't necessarily have to be something in that more traditional sense. It can be where people live together, have much more informal relationships, but are perhaps all in. The commitment's there, it's just a bit looser. So those can also be exciting possibilities for some water bearers over the next year. But let's just think about that angle between Jupiter and Pluto. Jupiter growth, Pluto transformation. When they're well aligned in a natal chart like this, often the individual, almost absolutely every time, is very successful and can even be successful financially. Because air signs are much more to do with sharing ideas, that's going to be your currency. But certainly where you're changing, and if you've got something important to share with people, if you've got qualities that can enrich other people's lives, or you can just be great fun to be with, then those dimensions are also going to be glowing up in such a significant way. So it's truly phenomenally exciting. I just want to share with you about Mars. Mars is in your 3rd sign. 3rd house very much has a flavour of Gemini. Mars in the 3rd house can be a bit impatient, but it's very close to Chiron. If there is something that you feel a little bit less at ease with, one of the things we can do with Mars being close to Chiron, particularly in the 3rd house, is rush our communications. Try to relax as much as you can and know the planets are giving you such a warm platform as this month begins. And from the 3rd, things get even better, Aquarius, because Mercury returns home to Gemini, but it also links to Jupiter. If you have a first date, whether it is with a potential lover, or it is in terms of a business connection, or perhaps it's just getting together with friends, it can be a really sparkling encounter. So the 3rd, very special day, because then Jupiter forges its exact alliance to Jupiter and also Mercury. But what we get with Mercury moving into your 5th house is you're going to feel more playful, more frivolous. Mercury in the 4th house can be a bit tricky because it's a bit more inward. The more watery 4th house energy doesn't host Mercury so well. We can be more subjective. And of course you have that electric energy of Uranus buzzing things up. So Mercury moving here can see you want to come into this circle of joy that's developing and be even more playful. How good is that? And that takes us to the new moon of the 6th. And it's a fabulous new moon. We've had a lot of new moons that have been blighted by Uranus and Saturn in recent years in not particularly helpful ways. This new moon, being so close to Venus, suggests that the joyfulness that Venus can bring, it is the planet of peace, it is the planet of a romance, but it is the planet of loot. And the 5th house can be about speculation. If you're absolutely convinced that something can work for you, you may be feeling particularly lucky. It's always important when Venus and Jupiter are close together to keep a sense of being grounded, and that comes to you pretty soon after this new moon with the support of your traditional ruler Saturn. Now, some people may characterise Saturn's square across the 5th to the 12th with the Sun and Venus as being something of a killjoy. I think what Saturn's doing is coming in like a grumpy parent, but very experienced, to say, well, that's all very well, but what about? And everyone says, oh, but actually that energy has a point, because what Saturn's been teaching you over the last year is to really take resources seriously. And if things have been quite tight financially, it's given you a greater appreciation of the value of resources, but also what's essential to consume or not. You know, sometimes we can be a bit thriftier and still have a great time. You know, we don't always have to splash out and be over extravagant. And that's where Jupiter and Venus can be at their worst, really, in some ways. They can sort of tempt us to overdo it. So I feel that Saturn's going to be a moderating influence. But if there is someone that you've met up with in the early part of this month, who just seem to be so adorable and so hard to resist, Saturn comes along to ask you, what are their values? What's their approach to some of the key things that's important to you? You may fancy them a lot, but could this work at a more pragmatic level? But unfortunately, if there is a love relationship that you're in and it's not been giving you much pleasure for some while, these early energies at the start of June can arouse within you a desire to have a different type of life. And for some ties that are very weak, that Saturn square could bring them to a close. But no one is going to leave your world who's truly right for you. Be assured of that. But then on the 9th, Mars moves out of its home sign of Aries. It's been pretty impatient, 3rd house, but also giving you a push to be more physically active. And it moves into house 4, where Uranus has been so challenging at times over those years. For those 5 months in 2018, when ironically it squared with Mars in Aquarius, and then since March 2019, Mars in the 4th house is terrific if you want to catch up on those do-it-yourself tasks that have been put off, whether it's home decoration, putting those shelves up, getting the garden set up for the summer if you're in the north, closing it down if you're in the southern hemisphere. Mars is a hustle-bustle influence in the 4th house. It doesn't suffer fools gladly, but that could prove to be a problem, because Mars immediately goes into a very attritional right angle with Pluto in your sign. The impatience of Mars, but also the prickliness of Mars in the 4th house. Mars in the 4th house is a bit like Mercury in the 4th house. It's not great. Mars in the 4th house is rather like Mars in Cancer, where it's in its full, so it's not its best location. Here Mars is good to push on with altering your home space or perhaps working from home, but around emotional issues it could make you a bit more tense and edgy, defensive. And because Pluto is being so influential on your situation at the moment, it may be that the joy that's come into your life at the start of the month, it may feel that someone is slowly but surely dissipating it by pricking your balloon with various observations or limitations, Saturn. Observations, maybe defensiveness from someone else close to you in the case of Mars. And if you were really getting into your flow at the start of this month, getting very excited about some creative developments or showcasing your talents, you may have to deal with a reality check, and it could be quite severe. But I want to reassure you that across the 14th to the 16th, Venus and Mercury come into a magical alliance in your 5th house. It's not the end of the joy that they can bring, but they then both move on the 17th into the sign of Cancer. Mercury is not at its best in Cancer, but for you, this is the 6th house. If you have been developing some ingenious ideas, Mercury here is asking you to shape them up into something that's tangible and has an outcome that is definable. So in other words, get practical about the brilliant ideas you've been generating. When it comes to work, your people skills will be critical. but the sun moves to join them through the summer solstice on the 20th, ushering in Cardinal Quadrant 2. Western tropical astrology is based on the seasons. We have 4 quarters of the year that start with each season. Cancer for you is very much about those practical strands. So for the next 13 weeks, you may find yourself working on streamlining elements of your life. But equally, some of those glorious ideas that you've been showcasing at the start of this month may just need a few tweaks and nips to make them work really well. So sometimes we do need that. We can't just have the idea alone. It needs to be framed in a way which works. And the sun moving into this area will surely help you. And you can still be very creative with Venus and Mercury in your 6th house, just in a bit more of a pointed and in a bit more of an attention to detail way. But on the 22nd, we do have the moon, the full moon in Capricorn, which for you is the 12th house. If, as you come into this last phase of the month, if your energy is feeling a little bit more depleted from earlier in the month, it's important that you don't worry too much about why that is, but at the same time it's also important to accept some of the emotional energies that could be working around you. So the moon in the 12th house is a time for us to be okay and open to embracing what we don't necessarily see. So in other words, what's not tangible. So that can be to do with fears, can be to do with understanding our dreams, can be to do with giving ourselves the time to rest, just take a breath, do some lovely gentle breathing, listening to some peaceful music, get into nature. I feel that you may need a little bit of a breather as this month comes to a close, because the start of the month is so dazzlingly brilliant. The chances are you are going to be interacting with people, you are going to be socialising, mixing and mingling. There could be a love dynamic for some water bearers, for sure. Certainly, if you're a very creative person, you can be sharing your ideas to some influential people. And so by the end of the month, you just may need a breather. You may need to prioritise on what's really important, but it's also important to understand our emotional health. And of course, Pluto, through to the 21st of January, all but 11 weeks last year, has since 2008 been emphasising Aquarians' emotional, psychological and spiritual health. And you probably have learned an enormous amount about what makes you tick, but also about what makes others tick during that period of time. Quarry down into those experiences to deal with this particular full moon. And it is true that if there is somebody at work that you find or you have to interact with in some kind of practical dimension, if there is someone you find quite awkward to deal with, you do need to keep your guard up a little bit, because this full moon T-squares with the dreamy, drifting energy of Neptune. So someone could be a bit tricky, not necessarily very honest. So particularly around your professional situation, if there are people that always seem to be extremely pleasant, but you never really feel much of a connection, they're the people to really watch out for, because they could be offsetting how they really feel about you around the back, you know, in office politics, bit of subterfuge, bit of backbiting. Just keep that guard up a little bit. But on the 29th, Saturn goes into a retrograde. It's going to invert 7 degrees, but let's recall what happened last year. Saturn moved into the sign of Pisces on March the 7th, but it got to 7 degrees and then inverted almost all the way back to 0 degrees. So we're going to have that inversion again from 19 to 12 over the next 20 weeks by the 15th of November. But I want to assure you that Saturn's already taught you a lot of lessons during its time going through the sign of Pisces. It's going to ask you how much you learnt those lessons. So it's going to revisit this more reflective understanding of how you feel about your self-worth. Remember, karma is one of the energies that Saturn manifests. Is there karma going to come back to you in terms of earnings, or what people feel about you in terms of how they value you? Are you too hard on yourself? Are you too self-critical? do you fail to give yourself plaudits that the things you are good at? Because actually, even if money is tight, we live in a fast changing world where, because of artificial intelligence, robotics, different political changes that have gone on in recent years, means that there's been a big shift. We've also had COVID, work from home. So how we're all connecting but also earning money has changed. And of course, there's been a big uptick in the terms of costs. So don't be too hard on yourselves if there is still more to be done. And remember that your resourcefulness in a large way does come from the energies of Saturn, which helps you to stick at things, your tenacity, especially things that are maybe a little different, because sometimes it's difficult to do things that are outside the mainstream. It's less of an issue these days, but if you go back 30, 40, 50 years ago, doing something different would really be hard going, particularly in Britain. So Aquarius people have had a lot of experience in digging in when it's not necessarily been easy. And bear that in mind as Saturn asks you to just check that you can't quarry out a few extra new approaches to improve your situation, but most of all, understand your true value yourself. So it's a relationship thing with yourself, Saturn in retrograde in the second house, but it can be in an external sense, definitely be to do with money, but also Saturn can reward. And keep going, use that tenacity, keep going on the things that you really believe in, the things that this month is arousing your passion around. It's just aligning that passion to that application and that perspiration, and your reward will come. It's been a real pleasure being with you, Aquarius. I hope you have a tremendous June. It really is quite uniquely exciting. If you've yet to sub to my channel, please help it grow and do so now. And if you would like to understand much more about astrology than this zodiac forecast, if you give me 3 pieces of your personal birth data of time, date and place of birth, or your date and place if you don't know your time, I can produce for you your life roadmap report. This will give you searing insights into what's evolved for you so far in your journey, but also a much more intimate understanding of how to work with those energies future forwards. In my special package of 30% off, you can also get your 12 months transits. That's the moving planets in the sky interacting with your unique blueprint. But if you know your tropical natal astrology well, why not check out my draconic package? Understand the power of soul karmic astrology, what this has meant as you entered this world. It's the roots of all our beings. Please see below for more, and take care and all the best for now. Welcome Pisces to your in-depth monthly forecast for June 2024 for the ascendant, the sun or the moon. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart right at the start of the month, which gives us a lot of crucial information. First up, we need to be mindful of the planets in your sign. Now, Neptune, your ruler, is very close to the moon. This suggests that your imagination can be hugely vivid this month. Now, Saturn, in your sign since March the 7th, 2023, has been asking you to be really quite pragmatic over that period of time and to jettison the things that aren't really essential. But it's still important to embrace what makes you you. And Pisces people have a particular appreciation of the ephemeral themes of life, not necessarily the things that are tangible. And also, the moon and Neptune are forging a glorious link with your other ruler, your traditional ruler of Jupiter, newly arrived in your 4th house of home and family. If there is something that you want to set your intentions to, do use that imagination, because it can be extremely potent in terms of guiding your success this month. But let's look at the aforementioned house 4. Jupiter there for the first time in 12 years. Jupiter in Gemini, it's detrimented, but Jupiter, your ruler, is still, through its rulership of Sagittarius, very much about growth, optimism, and critically good fortune. If you are wanting to move or improve your living accommodation, the next year does provide a wonderful window of opportunity. Jupiter here through to June the 9th, 2025. But Jupiter's aligning with Pluto at the start of this month in an incredibly powerful way. And Pluto is in house 12. Dig deep, Pisces. There may be parts of your existence that you're beginning to tap into. And this is a story that began for 11 weeks last year, but has taken on more energy since the 21st of January this year. Now, Pluto is going to reverse out of your 12th house, the deep subconscious, at the start of September and back into Capricorn for one final visit in our lifetimes. But for now, Pluto is asking you to quarry down and perhaps embrace some of the strands of life that many of us can find difficult, our fears, our shadow side, the parts of our nature that we don't quite understand, that can be a bit irrational, that perhaps can be very reactive, and not necessarily quite the version of ourselves that we'd like everyone to know about. So essentially what Pluto in its transformational energies, particularly in the retrograde as it is now, applying to your ruler Jupiter is doing, is asking you to dig deeper to find what would really help you to crystallize what would make more of your ideal emotional life. Because the 4th house where Jupiter is, along with Venus and the Sun, that's very much about where you live, how you live there, and who with, in a practical sense. But the 4th house is our sleep point in all our natal charts. It's really where we need security, safety. It's about the environment that makes us feel safe. But it's also about our sensory energies. It's where we can really relax. For some people, the 4th house could be in a busy cityscape. For others, that could be the most appalling place to try and feel safe. We're all different, but I suspect as a Pisces that you have a big appreciation of nature, of being near water, anywhere that's tranquil, and those are really going to be to the fore at the start of this month. But I want to assure you that as June goes on, it does get a lot more interactive and a lot more sociable. But I feel that what the angle between Pluto and Jupiter is asking you to do is really use the faith that Jupiter has through your sign, but also its love of knowledge through Sagittarius, to inform yourself through the conduit of Pluto's research much more about what would really add to your sense of personal understanding, but also where you can increase your sense of emotional and physical security. But also at the start of this month, Mercury, the planet of communication, has just passed over the rather erratic energies of Uranus. Now, that happened just at the end of May, but they're still pretty close together. You could feel full of energy as the month begins, almost too much nervous energy, but you can use this productively. You could have some fantastic ideas buzzing around your mind as the month starts, but also we need to be mindful of Mars in your 2nd solar house. That's pushing you to try to improve the foundations in your world, and particularly financially. Mars in the 2nd house can also have a great appetite for life's goodies, but it's very close to Chiron. If you're someone who doesn't feel quite as intact as you would like to when it comes to your self-worth, Mars could see you try very, very hard to overcome that in a physical way, improving your finances. But it's important that you don't let Mars's bluster override how you're truly feeling, because remember, this is a month when you can really look your vulnerabilities in the eye. So just be careful of that. And Mars can also be very much to do with pride. And it's also where we can sort of be very attached in the 2nd house. Well, I've got this, I've got that. This is why I'm okay. And it can be a conversation we have with ourselves, not with others necessarily, but it could in some ways deflect you from the opportunity to open up a huge reservoir of insight. However, if you are wanting to focus in a practical way on where you live, the fact that Venus, the planet of love and beauty, peace, and of tranquility, is so close to the Sun, only 1 degree away at the start of this month, and very close to the Sun through the first 2 weeks, suggests that if you have got the resources to do so, you may want to redecorate. Also, if you're someone who has a big appreciation of your garden area, you could be very busy there. I know that can be true of many people at this time of year, but I think you could get particular enrichment this year because of Venus and Jupiter being in this area. But also, the Sun is just in the second decan of the sign of Gemini, which of course is an air sign and very much about communication, and therefore that evokes Venus as well. So very Venusian energy at the start of this month. So if you can get together with the people who are really important to you, now for some people that can be blood relatives, for other people that's not the case. Really it's the people that you feel a meaningful connection with, that soul connection. And so some kind of gathering, it could be a reunion, it could just be getting together with people that you do see fairly frequently, but on this occasion the connection can be so much more lovely, not for any particular reason other than the fact that Jupiter and Venus are glowing up this homely, emotional part of your situation. And if you are someone who loves catering for people, and Pisces people can often be absolutely brilliant cooks, then you may lay on an absolutely fabulous spread, and people could really enjoy your hosting skills at the start of this month, for absolute sure. Now, if there is somebody that you're drawn to in a romantic way, what I feel that you're wanting to understand is, can this go from being flirty and fun and have that spark to something where you can feel at peace and at ease with them in a more psychological way? So that's another question that could come up at the start of this month. But then Mercury moves on the 3rd. For itself, it moves into one of its 2 home signs of Gemini. But for you, the 4th house could evoke a desire to use your home in some kind of productive way. Now, it could be that you work from home anyway. If you don't, or you're thinking about a part-time or a business or a more upscale enterprise, but you can work within your community or offer services, that could be very, very exciting. But just be aware that Mercury can, through to the 17th, see you at times circulating thoughts around your mind in a way which isn't necessarily so good, because it may be more difficult to actually articulate, Mercury, what you really feel. But there's enough other energies to counteract that to a degree. But then on the 6th, we have a new moon. If you are moving into a new home in the following month, your timing is impeccable. If you move on the 6th, well, you couldn't hit the jackpot any more than that. I can't promise that you'll live there forever, but I think that you'll make the most of this opportunity at this time, and you'll want to really make it homely and very welcoming. And it could finally provide you with the sanctuary that you've been seeking if this has been quite a long process. If you're already living somewhere that really meets your needs, it could be those decorative or gardening changes that you're grappling with. But the moon and the Sun are very close to Venus. What does your home represent for you? Are you getting the most out of it? In some ways, what Venus asks a question of you here is, are you living at home alone, for example, and you don't actually have much social interaction? Is there a way you could change that a little bit that you felt comfortable with? Some people may even think, because Venus can be about money, of having a lodger, renting out that spare room, or perhaps thinking in other ways about how you can use your home to host things. So this could be something to do with your community, for example. If you're a crafter or a maker, getting other people around and who share your passion for your hobby, that can be a lovely way to embrace this very Venusian new moon. Now, some of those outcomes may not suit you at all. You may want to keep the drawbridge up, so to speak, but I can assure you that your home can be a very important part of this month's story. But that starts to change on the 9th, because then Mars moves out of Aries and into Taurus. Mars in the 3rd house is a very, very lively influence. Over the next 6 weeks, it's going to be much harder to sit still. I mentioned about family or extended family. The 3rd house can be about siblings, but it can also be about neighbours. Is there going to be more connection over that period of time? Possibly. But also I think you're going to be more active. Mars won't see you sitting on your hands. And even if that home is the cocoon for you, you can still go out for a nice walk or run or cycle ride. 3rd house very much to do with cycling. Or if you're into skateboarding or roller boarding, or perhaps getting on the surfboard, anything which really gives you short bursts of exciting energy really speaks to Mars's transit through Taurus. And it needs to feel good, it needs to feel earthy as well. But Mars clashes immediately with Pluto. If there is something in the background of your situation that's been bubbling away, maybe it's something you are conscious of, maybe it's something you're not. The 3rd house and Mars could see someone say something to you, so like an incoming energy, but equally the planets can activate an outgoing energy from you. So something that has been fizzing away deep within you that perhaps you've not been completely happy with, you could express it in a very, very raw way, a very acerbic way. So the 2nd week of this month, see Saturn in your sign challenge the cozy relationship between the Sun and Venus, and then Mars be challenged by Pluto in your 12th house. So what we get in here is those two critical outer planet players. Saturn, well, Saturn's known as an interpersonal planet, to be fair, but Pluto, an outer planet. This is very much about transformation. Saturn's about your boundaries, and however much you want to bring to pass something that's very beautiful at the heart of your world, you may still need to keep a little bit of your guard up. But someone could surprise you by bringing up an issue that's quite old, maybe historic, maybe it's a grudge or a disappointment they had with you, or you could hear from someone, you could get an unexpected text message or email, and you can't quite understand what the person's angle is about, because they may be still festering on something that's many, many moons old. But equally, don't be surprised if your subconscious suddenly gets aroused and something you feel irritated about needs to find an outlet. But on the 14th to the 16th, there is a lovely link between Mercury and Venus, which can provide another shot of peaceful equilibrium. But then we really have the most exciting phase of this month. The 17th, Venus and Mercury move into your 5th house. Venus in the 5th house is fantastic. This is going to do wonders for your self-belief in terms of your personal appearance. Mercury moving here is much more playful, much more flirty and interactive, but they're followed by the Sun moving into the 5th house. The 5th house is where you can really demonstrate all your talents and flair to your heart's desire. And the last phase of this month, therefore, is much more outgoing. So although you have all these enriching possibilities earlier in the month to get in touch with how you feel about things, you may feel very sentimental about people from your past, very nostalgic. There may be those gatherings, but that dose of reality stabs in from the 5th to the 12th with Saturn squaring up the Sun and Venus. And then as Mars moves, you're going to have, you're going to share your opinion, and someone won't like your opinion, or someone will say something to you that you're not expecting. But then, as we have the summer solstice, the Sun glides into Cancer, which of course, like your sign, is a water sign, and this really can help you really shine in the last 10 days of this month. There is a full moon on the 22nd in Capricorn. The moon's weakest location in its journey. I feel that you could have some different choices, maybe around a relationship. And because your ruler Neptune T-squares that full moon at the end of this month, it's going to be important to get all the information. Remember, I said to you at the start of the month that your imagination can help you to visualize some really important things in a spiritual context, to draw them into your life. You may get those things as this month draws to a close, but it may not be exactly what you expected, or there could be an option. For example, there could be two people who show an interest in you, and you could feel a bit torn about who to go for. There may be one that really strikes with you the more communicative way, shares interest, very easy to chat with. There may be someone else that's not so easy, but the sexual chemistry is very strong. And then Saturn in your sign goes into a 20-week retrograde from the 29th, inverting 7 degrees. And in that 7 degrees through to the 15th of November, I feel that you are going to perhaps have to go over some old ground that you thought you'd dealt with. It depends on where you have the Sun, Ascendant or Moon in your chart. If you are in the first half, the first 2 decans really, of the sign of Pisces, you've definitely been affected by Saturn since he moved into your sign on the 7th of March last year. But if you're in the latter part of the sign, the last 10 degrees, you might not quite feel Saturn in the same way. But the retrograde can still be very valuable for you too, but perhaps more psychologically. For the earlier born Pisces people, it's more about your energy and where you're applying your energy. Are you applying your energy to the things that are really meaningful, or are you scattering your vitality on demands that actually give you no personal satisfaction, but most of all don't help you to manifest the best version of your individuality? So that's something you can really consider as this month draws to a close. Have a wonderful June, Pisces. If you've yet to subscribe to my channel, please help it grow by doing so now. And if you would like to ascend above this zodiac forecast, if you give me 3 pieces of birth data, of time, date and place, or date and place if you don't know your time, I can produce for you your life roadmap report, which will give you searing insights into the patterns that are played out in your life so far, but a much more intimate understanding of how to work with those energies future forwards. But also my special package of 30% off, you can get your move-in transits and how they interact with your blueprint, your unique blueprint. If you know your tropical astrology, check out my draconic version. This is your soul, your karmic roots that you bring into this world. It's a real eye-opener. Please see below for more information on both.